Okay, I think we're at a good level. For everyone that's eventually going to be watching this on YouTube instead of on Twitch, let me just go through the code real quick, I guess. I'm doing some Sega... Well, everything's on the right hand of the screen. So, I'm working on a Sega Saturn homebrew game in my spare time, of which I have a variable amount of. I'm working in JO Engine. Let me go ahead and post a link in chat, and then maybe, I guess I'll put it in the description or something later on when this thing gets pushed over to YouTube. So JO Engine is made by some guy. Let me see if I can find his name. He's got his face on the website. Johannes Fetz. He lives in France and he works at Eureka Technology. I'm not sure if that's still accurate, but sure, why not? So this is actually a remarkably user-friendly game engine that I've been able to relearn everything I forgot about C, while also going over some basic 3D stuff that I've never actually been good at. And it's in like 5 minutes, you can just take one of his boilerplate codes and modify it a little bit, and you'll have something on the screen. So today I'm just going to be focusing on trying to get input-output. In my spare time already, I've already got basic 3D rendering of some previously made models. So here, let me just go ahead and run the code that I have, and then I'll run through what's going on. But let me just go ahead and get to the basic of it. So let me switch over to my MedDefend scene. MedDefend is the emulator I'm using. It's remarkably accurate. I think it's like CPU instruction level accurate. Requires a decent computer, but I got one, so it's cool. Let's compile and run my code via... There we go. Whammo. Are we in? We're in. Okay, that was me. I was moving the window real quick. My bad. I'll try not to do that anymore. So yeah, I just got 3 of the, his boilerplate codes come with some basic models, and these are some boxes that are, you know, in his boilerplate. I'm blatantly stealing this code, and I'm going to be blatantly stealing more of his code for his different little tech demos for his engine, and incorporating it into this thing until I'm comfortable enough where I get to start everything from scratch and just do my own thing. So right now I just have these boxes rotating. If I go through on these instructions, let me see what I'm doing. The left box looks like it's only rotating along the x-axis. The right box is rotating along the z-axis. And the middle box is rotating equally on all 3 axes. You actually get to see a little bit of gimbal lock, like right there, where it starts rotating in one direction, at least like it slows down and almost stops and then goes backwards, and that's just because of, you know, Euler angle stuff, math whatevers. I'm a scientist in my day job, so like I can get into certain details and not others, depending on what I know and what I don't know, and probably the math stuff I'll go too much into detail and it'll be boring, so I'll try to avoid that. Let me go ahead and close this up and get back to the actual code. I got my... Oh crap, why did I do that? Okay, my bad. I have, Oh, no ISO, good. Well, there we go. I have my little automatic instruction that loops over my debug batch script, so that every time I press enter on the command line, it'll pop up with the emulator and it'll destroy everything I have right in front of you, so we'll avoid doing that. From the top, all this copyright and information from Johannes. There's his email. I'm not sure if he still checks it. I'm not sure if anyone checks his Twitch channel either, so whatever. Redistribution using source binary. Let me see if I'm actually breaking the law right now. Okay, so I'm retaining this copyright disclaimer, so that's good. Documentation. Okay, well I'm not releasing any binaries right now. If anything, I'm going to be releasing source code. Whatever I come up with will hopefully be on some website, because I don't plan on making any money on this. Unless someone wants to subscribe to my Twitch stream, which, like, I won't stop you. Okay, so Johannes cannot be used to endorse this. Okay, I'm not looking for, you know, whatever. As is, no warranties. Okay, so this is just, I guess, covering CYA stuff. Whatever. Let's go down to our include statements. This is our JO Engine header. That kind of has to be in there. And actually, when we look at the make file, let me just switch tracks over here and look at the make file, which if you do any C coding, you'll kind of know what's going on here. Like, I personally didn't know about make files until I actually just started working on this thing. So it has the basic compilation instructions. My compiler is actually running outside of code blocks. I'm just using code blocks for the user interface and nothing else. I should probably be coding this in like Notepad++, and it'll be easier. All these options are telling you which portions of the game engine to utilize. So 0 is not there, 1 is there. I'll have to look up what TGA module is. Honestly don't know. 3D module I think is self-explanatory. Everything else I don't use. Debug, I need to learn how to use that. I have no idea. Main, I only have one file in this boilerplate right now, so it's just main.c. It's a C file. Include the engine, so that's where our header's coming in. And then compiler directory, we got to use the compiler that he's using to make sure everything's compatible. So I don't know if there's like a special version of C that he's using. I'm assuming he is. I don't want to touch it. I assume anything that I touch will break, and that's usually what happens when you're coding, especially with someone else's code. So basically, right now all I'm doing is trying to make myself comfortable enough to try and make something interesting. Okay, and then the make file. I think that's just his way of instructing the make file to be used, but I don't know, this seems kind of tautological. Honestly, I have no idea what I'm talking about anymore. So let's go back to the code. So, templates.h, that's my header file. Actually, let me go ahead and open that up. Let me see if... Oh, there we go. This is my header file. This is actually, if you go back... well, I'll launch the game later and show you, but there's... what I do is I do a string compare where I say, okay, load Metal Crate 1 or something like that. I think you saw it earlier. It'll compare the string, and it'll load up that one model into memory. And I only have that model loaded into memory once. And then I'll kind of like render it multiple times. So we have 3 cubes, but it's only... the model information is only rendered once. And I'm assuming that's the right way of doing things to try and save memory. Because once again, on the Saturn, we're dealing with 20-year-old hardware. I have no idea... Well, I probably should have an idea. I should probably go look up the tech specs, but... the more room I'm saving, the better, I'm assuming. It's not like a modern computer where you can just, you know, start throwing RAM at the problem and, you know, have like Google Chrome take up 5 gigabytes for 2 tabs or whatever. Okay, JL camera, that's, well, basically I just, I'm pretty sure that without that, I'm not going to be able to see anything. So, there's that. Okay, this is my own code. So, a lot of this is stuff that I've rearranged or wrote myself in order to do that stupid little tech demo that isn't really that interesting. The 3 cubes. So this is just, I'm making a struct called the game object where I have the vertices and the quads. So Sega Saturn is weird because instead of using triangles for 3D rendering like literally everyone else in the world, they decided to use quadrilaterals. So instead of having 3 points, they have 4, which means you kind of... I'm not sure if it's a problem if you don't make it into a plane, but I assume it is, and I'm not going to try doing non-planar quads. So basically, like, if you have a point at levels 0, and then another point at level 0, and a third point at level 0, so they're all on the same plane, they're all in, like, z equals 0. If you make a 4th point at level 1, you know, all of a sudden you don't really have a flat surface that you can draw a texture on. And I have no idea what happens when you try to do that, and I'm not trying to figure that out. I'm just going to try and make something that works before intentionally trying to break something. Vertices, exactly what it sounds like, all the points of the different objects, so that's like the corners of the quadrilaterals, the quads. And then, you know, just the collection of all the quads together have the group of vertices. So if you have a cube, you'll have 6 quads, which, if it was in triangles, you'd have, instead of 6 quads, 6 polygons, you'd end up having twice as many, so 12. And then the vertices, if I'm thinking of it correctly, I think each quad has to have its own set of vertices, so you don't really have a lot of real estate saved there. I'm assuming it's going to be 4 times 6 is 24 for the number of vertices. I could be wrong. It could be less. It could just be, like, 8 per cube. I'm pretty sure it's not that, though. Here, after I've defined the struct, I'm making these array of game objects, so these are going to be kind of like parent level whatevers. So root object 2, I'm not even sure if I use these. Let me see. Where do you pop up? Nothing's highlighted, but if I highlight objects, that gets highlighted. Okay, everything's under objects. Actually, I'm not sure. Maybe, let me see if I can compile this later and see if it breaks. If it breaks, then I know I used it somewhere, but I don't think I did. I have this create cube function. Basically, I just give it a game object to write to. I give it, you know, an XYZ location in space to put it in. And then RX, RY, RZ are kind of like rotation intervals. So that's just how much I'm rotating, how fast I'm rotating. You kind of default to 0 if you just wanted to stay put, but right now I'm playing and I'm learning, so I'm making them non-zero. I'll show you that later. And then the vertices and the quads, I just explained what those guys are. Those are just, you know, kind of like you need to give it a place in memory to have its vertices and quads stored so you can write. And then have whatever's rendering them grab that information and put it on the screen or whatever. So all this stuff is pretty much self-explanatory, and I'm going to try and get a better theme for code blocks so you can actually read what's going on here, because this light gray on white is not working for anyone, including myself. Okay, draw object. Exactly what it sounds like. How does this work out? Okay, so I'm actually having a little bit of brain fart here. I have no idea how this block of code works out. Why is this thing bracketed? Does this work like an if statement or something? I'm going to go in the documentation later and look that up, but right now it's working, so I'm just going to try to explain what's going on as I remember it. So push matrix, let me see. Translate matrix, rotate matrix, draw array. Okay, so if I recall correctly, I've already... At this point, once this function is called, I will have put the object in memory already, like the parent object, the first copy of the object. And then I'm just going to clone it when I draw it. So I'm going to say, okay, take this object, put it this step, translate it to this place, wherever this is going. And this is just grabbing the game. So this game object here, go. It's going to have that information stored as part of its struct going over here as an integer. I don't know if I can do booleans and get away with that. I probably should. Probably change that later. So I have an XYZ coordinate and then rotation. So I get to do RX, RY, RZ. So that'll kind of rotate it along its 3 axes. And then when I draw the array, I draw the quads and I tell them how many quads there are. And in this case, I think I'm saying there's only 6 quads, which means I'm restricted to cubes and nothing else. Probably need to change that later. Okay, JO 3D pop matrix. That blits it on the screen, so it pops it up. If I recall correctly, I could be remembering wrong. My draw, what does this do? Okay, I set up a camera, so you need to have a camera somewhere to be looking to give yourself perspective, otherwise you're not seeing anything, it would just be black. I have an array of 3 objects that I'm expecting to be there, so I'm drawing the first object, second object, third object, as it goes here, so an array of game object structs, and it's just going to call each one individually, do all this. Okay, where is it going to be, how far is it rotated, how many quads does it have, flip it on screen, next. Okay, here, I have the print statements. This is one of the things I love about JO Engine, because I honestly could get away with all the game text just literally just being print statements with really good placement planned out ahead of time. Where I just have, okay, where does it start from left to right? So 0 is like the furthest left. And then this second 0 is where does it stop top to the bottom? So 0 would be very top of the screen, and then 27, 28, 29 are the bottom of the screen, and I'll show you later. Basically, I could fit 29 lines of up to, I'm not certain how many characters, but probably a decent number. I could probably write a book in the Saturn if I really wanted to, just doing this. And it wouldn't look terrible. I should probably get my own scripts. I could probably, like, do, you know, proper PNGs or textures or whatever and pop them on the screen letter at a time, but this works. It's good enough. Main loop. What am I doing here? Oh, there we go. So, this is the actual main... This is what's repeating every frame of the game for now until I do something actually useful with this. So, the first block, the first cube that I draw, I'm going to rotate it by 1... I think that's in degrees. So, 1 degree... Yeah, it's in degrees. So I'm going to rotate it 1 degree per frame. So every 90 frames, it's going to make a right turn, smoothly. Second one, I'm doing 1 degree along X, along Y, and along Z. And the third object, I'm just rotating a little bit faster, 2 degrees along the, around the Z-axis. And then I just flip them on the screen, I just draw them, and that's what I did over here. And then, I draw all this stuff, and then I write out these print statements. I'm not sure if I need to blank the screen every frame or not, because it doesn't look like I actually am. Well, we'll find out. Okay. JO, core, init, color black. Okay, initialize with a black background, that makes sense. So I'm just, this is turning on the engine and saying, okay, background is black, so when you're not drawing anything, black. Initialize camera. So just turn on the camera at cam. I think that's going to be like an initial object that, yeah, there we go. That's actually one of the first things I do. This is not an import statement. This is just, I'm turning on the camera, and this camera class is from this, I think from this header. This could probably be organized better. I could probably get away with putting this down with like other initialized objects. It's probably a better way of doing that. I try to keep my code a little bit clean, or at least attempt to. Let me just... Okay. Initialize camera. There we go. Try to keep like a logical thing. Like I need to put the struct before the declaration of this guy, or the compiler is going to complain at me. So I'll just do the structs first, and then initialize whatever I need to initialize on like the big parent level or whatever. Then I start doing all my functions. And at the very bottom, I do my main function, and then down here, this is just some boilerplate end of file crap. I don't even need to put that there. I know where the end of file is. This is where I run out of characters. Okay. Initialize 3D camera, turn on the camera, and initialize it as part of the engine. So this is saying, okay, we're looking through this camera that we set up. Which I don't think we did anything with the camera besides to declare it. So I'm assuming it's just... oh, sorry, use. I should be paying attention to chat. This is in code blocks because at first I thought I was gonna have to use a compile, and it turns out I don't. So I'm just using code blocks as an editor. It's basically a text editor. Notepad++ is over here. That's where I have my make file. I probably should just move everything to Notepad++ because I'm compiling from command line anyway. I hope I'm not too late in answering that. I honestly did not notice that question. Okay. Oh, there we go. Let me see. JO sprite add TGA. I need to learn. I think a TGA is a texture file, which is why in my make file I have file with TGA module 1. I'm relearning what I did because it's been a little bit too long since I've actually taken a look at this thing that I don't remember what I did. What's VS Code? Is VS Code an IDE or is it a text editor? Because honestly, I don't think I can get away with not doing the compilation script that came packaged with JO Engine. It's working and I trust it, and if I try to change anything, I'm going to say I end up breaking it. Yeah. This is strictly C. I think it's GCC. I think it's just the normal version of GCC that just get packaged with it. Okay, so that's what I figured. So, realize that I'm on Windows. So if you're... I'm assuming that you're on Linux. Okay, yeah. I guess what I could do, I have my little debug script here that, well, let me bring that up. So, press any key to continue. When I press enter, it's going to clean up all the files, delete the old compiled ISO, make a new compiled ISO, and then run it with medinfn. So yeah, I'm trying to keep it here. So I'm gonna keep the compilation here. It's just a bash script. If I can get the bash script to run from some IDE, all the better, and I'll just do it that way. Whatever. But for now, this is working. I'll just try to next time I stream. I'll just try to make this look better by having like a dark theme or something. CodeBlocks doesn't automatically have a dark theme, and I'm not sure if Notepad++ should have one. There's a lot, like Notepad++ just works really well. I remember before when I was actually really coding in C, I was just compiling out of Notepad++ using a little custom script that you can run off of like a custom run thing. Like you bind it to Alt F5 or F7 or something. Okay, what was I talking about? I was talking about TGA files. So this is box.tga. If I actually go, I might be able to find out what I'm doing. There we go. Box.tga. If I open this up in some sort of image viewer, what does it look like? Okay, here we go. It's just a box. Literally just a box. It's a box texture. So, I mean, I don't know if I can just literally just make a PNG, call it a .tga, just have it translate real. I have to go look up how the format works.
I think you could actually do it through Photoshop.
Probably, yeah. It's probably a better idea. I need to learn how to use Photoshop. Like my image skills do not extend too far past MS Paint. Sometimes I'll use Visio to make some vector graphics, which I am certain do not work with a Saturn, so that's not relevant for this this application.
You can try GIMP.
Yeah, last time I used GIMP, everything was just so confusing. Like, there's too many features available at once for the beginner.
Maybe Paint.net. I mean, one of these things will work for you.
Hello, Winter Birdie. I got people joining in the stream. That's neat. I got 5 people looking. Like, I just noticed that. I have no idea who's, like, they don't give you, like, names. So, like, someone's just, like, lazily watching the background, which is A-okay with me. If you guys have any questions, I'll, like, literally drop everything and just try to talk about it. It's probably gonna be, like, 50% BS, but whatever. But let's see what the other TGAs I have in here. Okay, here's a mesh.
Next to the gear, there's a 3-line thing, and you can actually see who's, like, viewing, kind of, somewhat.
A what?
Like 3 bars, like the menu bar, on Twitch. By the way, you might want to turn the volume down on the music, like maybe 15%. I don't know.
Okay, yeah. I got YouTube playing in the background, so let me just kind of nudge it down a little bit. That might be a little bit low, but whatever. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and like say hi to everyone by name. I already said hi to Winter Birdie.
Yeah, you might not want to do that because some of these are just made up. Like, you know, yeah.
Are you sure Ted __ isn't a real person? I think he is. Or her. I, mean, I don't know.
That might be a person. I'm just saying Skinny Seahorse is probably like the made up ones.
Okay, well I mean,
I don't know. Maybe not.
I'll take some bots. I'm okay with bots. American bots, at least. Yeah, whatever. Hi, Tade. Okay, let's go back to the code. I keep veering away because I keep getting distracted because I'm relearning what a TGA is, which is a texture file. JO color transparent, so that just enables transparency, which I'm not even using right now. But if I go back and look at that little nondescript, non-copyright infringing ghost sprite that came packaged with this thing, I'm pretty sure this green background is literally just a transparency background. And if I code it, so I change this to go back. Where are you? There you are. If I change this to like a color code for that exact color, I should be able to just split that thing on the screen without the green part. So, you know, transparency should work. Which is weird, because transparency doesn't actually work on the Saturn unless you do something really specific. But in Engine, you can at least play with transparent portions of the textures. Okay, maybe that's wrong. Semi-transparency definitely doesn't work on the Saturn without some really weird stuff going on one of the dozen processors that's on the board. But as far as just dealing with normal textures, I think transparency normally just works fine. Obviously, what I'm using right now is a lot easier than whatever the people were using back in, like, 96. Because the Saturn was such a nightmare to code for. Like, all the games, despite having probably not double the horsepower of the PS1, definitely a lot more. All the games on it just don't look great. Except for a couple of the first-party ones. Like, Panzer Dragoon Saga looks good. Daytona USA, for the most part, looks good. I think Resident Evil should look good. I don't remember. Honestly, my Saturn games are so expensive, I can't actually play most of them outside of an emulator, so I can't really tell how it looks on native hardware. But almost no third-party support, largely because they didn't have the convenience of these kinds of tools. So hopefully, that means I should be able to do something interesting without killing myself like Chris Sen did working on Sonic Extreme. Okay, so apparently the stream is dominated by bots, but whatever. I'm going to keep going. so the main script, I initialized the engine. There we go. Turn on the camera and say I'm looking through this camera. I'm adding. I should probably put this off to a separate function. I should have like the same thing I do with this initialize metal crate. I should probably put all my initialize 3D models, initialize textures as a separate thing, and do that somewhere else. And just have just one code that says, okay, initialize everything. If I stream in 1080p, I will end up making a lot of my code unreadable for people that don't have perfect internet connections. It's actually happened to me, like when I was trying to do stuff with on YouTube, and I was trying to look up a tutorial, but my internet was being spotty. It was actually literally impossible to make out what this guy was writing in a notepad and writing in his config file. Or I don't even remember what I was trying to do. I just remember it was super annoying that the interesting stuff that I was trying to look at was a small portion of a giant screen. I don't think I need 1080p in order to communicate the code, because you can already see more than an entire function like on the screen, and it doesn't really give you anything. The Sega Saturn already has a very limited resolution. I don't remember, like, you can play with the different resolution, like some games will use different ones, but I don't think it goes beyond like 480i. So basically that's why I chose 720, just so I can have my little bar on the right, and then all the code is visible, and then you can see what's going on. I keep getting distracted. Crap. Okay. So, initialize texture. Initialize 3D model to tell you, you know, the geometry of the metal crate. Which, in itself, this is my own thing that I wrote in that little header file in the templates.h. Initialize geo, which is initialize geometry for selected object for copying. So I give it the name of the thing, and it's going to compare. And this is not great coding, but it works for small indie, you know, projects, where I say, okay, direct stream compare, if then, just a list. So if I do another one, I'll just have to do else if or something like that. Terrible coding, but it works. So I'll print on the third line, as we start counting from 0, saying, okay, I'm comparing the string. I'm saying, okay, metal crate 1. So I was saying, okay, I saw metal crate 1, so I'm going to load it up. And then, you know, metal crate 1.q. Let me see. How is this working? JL3D create cube. Okay, so that's like a built-in function. You just create a cube and it'll just go. So there's not even a file for this. It's literally just a built-in, you know, here's a cube. Write the quads to this place in memory. Write the vertices to this place in memory. And then from 1 to 6, set the texture to this place in memory. Metal crate 1_q, so 3DQ. This is probably a terrible way of doing this, now that I think about it, because if I want to make another object, I'm going to end up rewriting the same portion of memory. I should not do it. Oh, okay, that's why. Because it's named Metal Crate 1, so it's specifically earmarked for this. That's why. Still probably not a great way of doing this, because then if I need another one, I'm going to have to make like a Metal Crate 2_q. But whatever. That was my hacky way of doing the template. All that's loaded up, I create the cubes. So I actually, like, I have one master cube loaded in memory. None of them are written yet. Okay, Yusuf, that it's okay. The code is blurry at 7. Are you sure? Oh, You know what I could do, Yusuf, is I should probably like increase the text size. Like next time I do this, like for now, yeah, for now it's readable. Next time I do this, I'm gonna probably move over to Notepad++. I'm gonna find a dark theme, and I'm just gonna blow up the text size by a little bit. Like, here's what Notepad++ looks like already, and then this is probably a fair bit more readable this way. Yeah. So yeah. So I'll do that next time. For now, back to this thing. So the master cube is being cloned, basically. Not cloned. That's the wrong way. No extra memory is being really used, I don't think, to do this. I think it's just, well, maybe video memory is. It's saying, okay, take this cube that it's loaded into memory and draw it to the left. So 150 units I don't know what a unit really translates to the left, and then 100 units back along Z, which is like the X and Y axis are on the screen, where X is left, right, Y is up, down, and Z is kind of like in. And then I'm going to rotate a little bit to make it kind of visible. So we got 20 degrees along X, 45 degrees along Y, 0 degrees, and then I tell it, okay, also write the, oh, not write, but read in the vertices and the quads from this location memory, which is loading in from, I believe, the templates. Yeah, looks like that, yeah. Okay. And then I do the same thing over here with the center cube. I just put it in a different location, so X equals 0. And then the third cube, X equals 150, so basically just equally spaced. JO add core callback. So this is actually how the game actually runs without having too many headaches. So add callback to the main loop. What that's saying is this main loop code is going to be running every frame, and then the JO engine's automatically going to be running this at the correct number of frames, which I don't know if I set that specifically anywhere. It should be 30 frames a second maybe, but I don't know if I actually told it that specifically. Pretty sure it's 30. I'll have to double check. And that's saying basically as long as I don't overload the Sega Saturn, it will run at 30 frames per second using this main loop. And then I'll just start the game by actually running the engine. And when I run the engine, every frame it's gonna run whatever I told it to run here, which is my main loop, which is over here. And then that's just how it works. So let's save what I did. If you remember, I commented out these guys because I'm pretty sure I'm not actually using them. I don't even know if object array is even still a thing. Yeah, I definitely got rid of that. So let me go over to my compile script. Okay, try it again. There we go. Okay, so nothing broke. You can see some of the things I mentioned earlier. So line 0, test game. Line 1, compare string. Line 2, metal crate. So that's just me loading in that master object. These guys are rotating according to the things I did. You see a little bit of gimbal lock on that middle object. Yeah, okay, thanks, Yusuf. Okay. Displayed polygons. That changed. That's different. The earlier was saying 0. I don't know why. It's weird. The thing that's bothering me right now is that left cube, you see, like, one of the textures is disappearing, and that's not happening for any of these other guys, and I cannot explain or figure out why. I'm just gonna have to avoid rotating a cube with this texture in this specific way on this part of the screen or something in order to avoid that problem. So you see, we have 18 polygons, so that's going to be 6 quads multiplied by 3 times. So the video, whatever, the Sega Saturn has 2 video processors plus a bunch of other stuff, and it's saying, okay, 6 polygons are being loaded into memory. 72, let me just pull out a calculator right quick. So 72 divided by 3, so 24 per cube. To divide that by 6, so 4 vertices. So it's like I guessed earlier. There's no, like, you can't double up on the vertices. Every quad has to have its own set of vertices, and they're just overlapping. So 72 vertices total, and then displayed polygons. There's just all the polygons that I'm drawing, because the engine, I believe, should be able to automatically hide a cube. Or not a cube, just like anything. Like it won't display stuff that's off camera if it's out of view of the camera. And that's actually behavior that you see just with the Sega Saturn in general. You'll see like stuff off to the side of the screen kind of like splitting in and out of existence, or stuff that's a little bit too far away, just splitting in and out. Like the popping issue on the Saturn is actually kind of serious for some games that aren't really optimized. I think Sega Rally Championship is like the worst one I've ever seen, where like the parts of the track literally just disappear if you have the car rotated a slightly different way. It's super annoying. Just it's a limitation of old hardware, I guess. I don't know. it's old hardware or old coding techniques for graphics engines. I'm not sure. But, you know, it's part of the challenge, I guess. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to test, before I said today I was going to do I.O., you know, take my controller and actually be able to control stuff and steal more code from Johannes in order to do that. But right now I want to see if I can create another cube. Okay, let's make a fourth cube. So turn in game object into an array of 4 pointers to object type things. Let me draw third object here. This really should be like a for loop or something. I should be tracking how many objects I have and just looping through them. This is a bad way of doing it. This is eventually I will clean this up. I'm not going to rotate this guy because if all goes well, it's not even going to get rendered. Object 3. Let's put it dead center, but backwards 1,000 units. So it should be behind the camera if I'm got this figured out right. I'll just keep the same rotation because it just whatever. Let's try that again. Let's compile and run. Run my little script. Come on, try again. Okay. Displayed polygon 0. Why is that? I literally, the only thing I changed was just adding another object, and that number doesn't make sense to me. Huh. I mean, obviously we're displaying at least 18 of these guys. I'm confused. Let me try that again. Go back. I'm going to open up another CMD. So let me go back and just do the plain old run script. See if I just run it again and pray for a different result without even recompiling the ISO or anything like that. Let's see what happens. So what is this? Run with mednifen .bat. What happens? Same thing, which, I mean, makes sense. It should do the same thing, but it shouldn't be saying 0. It should be saying at least 18 or 24. I'm not sure which. Yeah, whatever. Let's try rotating the camera. I think I should be able to just rotate the camera with I/O. So let's actually do what I said I was going to do today and work on input-output. Okay, the first thing I'm going to do is in the JO engine we have some samples, and I'm going to lovingly plagiarize some of these. Which one is it? 2D, 3D, audio backup, everyday gamepad. There we go. So let's look at his gamepad code here and see what happens. Go into his main C, not confuse it with my own. This is Johannes's code, and basically this is the only way you really learn someone else's game engine, is you look at their boilerplate code and just figure out what goes on. That, and you have to look in their documentation. So if you go, I posted it earlier in chat, and then if you're watching this on YouTube, I'll post this on the description or something. JO Engine has a pretty decent documentation website. Let me see. Documentation is available here, and let me just drag this over, and you can kind of see you know, all the different files, and you can search through the different functions and see what's going on here. If I just go in this this guy here and I say, okay, I want to know what JOF print is. I'm going to go into his documentation. I can just plain up search for it and see if it actually works. Oh, wow, that is super convenient. Okay, just click on this guy, and you see, okay, horizontal position, vertical position, arguments. And arguments is just every other fprint function. If you're familiar with C, you know what fprint does. You just type stuff in, and then I think afterwards you can just put in arguments for like the little flags you put in there, like %D sign or %F or % whatever for inserting numbers or strings or what have you for something functional. So just as that example, if we go over back to my code and we just see my fprint, I have displayed polygons, %D for integer, which totally makes sense because D. Then you said, you know, get displayed polygon count, which in itself is another function, so we can look at what that does, and maybe it'll explain why it keeps coming up 0. So get displayed polygon count. This function must be called after display polygons. I mean, I don't know if I'm doing that wrong somehow, but it should be refreshing every frame. So I don't get why it's not telling me how many polygons I'm actually displaying, despite the fact that they're being displayed. But normally it should work, you would think. Anyway, let's go ahead, move the reference off to the side, get back to the actual code. But you have to always look at documentation whenever you're working on anything like this. Okay, back to Johannes' code. We're gonna lovingly steal his gamepad code. So the first thing I'm gonna do is just gonna copy and paste it, and then I'm gonna adjust it for my own purposes. So let's see. So, looks like this thing should be more or less self-explanatory. Where do I want to input this? Above the main loop. I want to keep the main loop as like its privileged position near the bottom of the code. So let me just do, anyway. What's my commenting? Okay, I don't really have good commenting here. This is terrible. I really should have comments above or within or something, doing a short little description of input, output, stuff like that. This is not great coding, but it's workable coding. Anyways, put this here and actually comment it for once. So this is gonna be handle input from gamepad. And the Sega Saturn has a D-pad with 8 directions on it, so you have up, down, left, right. Basically diagonals, northwest, northeast, blah, 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 blah. 6 face buttons, A, B, C, X, Y, Z. 2 triggers, left and right. And then a start button. And right now it looks like he's only using J-O key left. So let's go back into the documentation. I should just keep this over here because I'm going to constantly be looking at this. So I'm going to show you that I'm constantly looking at it because this is how you have to do it. Let's see, where is this? Oh, there we go. And here's a helpful list of all the different keys I can use. Left and right, up and down, start, A, B, C, X, Y, Z, L, R, and L, R are going to be the triggers. Mouse. Mouse. This is news to me. Let me go on Google real quick just to see, is there a mouse peripheral for the Saturn, or is this like a computer thing? Mouse, Saturn. Well, what do you know? Check that out. Okay, so JO Engine has built-in support for the shuttle mouse, a thing that I just learned about. It's this guy. Neat. I have no idea why that exists. I mean, I know the Saturn had some online support. You could go do light online games. I'm not sure if any of them made it to America, but they were there somewhere. It was the first online console, and then the Dreamcast was like the first online console with any real support. And then, you know, Xbox 360 made it marketable and profitable, so whatever. I'm not bitter. It's kind of funny that it supports the mouse. It doesn't support a light gun. Although I'm not sure if a light gun just automatically maps to normal inputs. But this is what we got to work with. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to map the L and the R, the left and right trigger, to camera rotation. And I'm going to have to figure out how to do camera rotation. So let's tackle one thing at a time. Let's go on my main thing. Okay, so if you see how this stuff is available, oh, okay, so apparently it'll just return out of this thing if it doesn't see a gamepad, which is neat. You see the structure here. It's a series of if statements, which means if it sees left, it'll do whatever left is supposed to do. If it sees right, it'll do whatever right's supposed to do. But that means it's able to handle simultaneous input. You press all 6 base buttons, start button, left, right trigger, and then like a couple of the D-pad buttons. It should be able to trigger everything that it has a function for. Which, you know, if you're not paying attention, you might be tempted to put else if statements to say only one input at a time. Which is the most annoying part about trying to use a laptop keyboard for things like any sort of video game. Like one of the things that annoyed me most with one of my old laptops is that a lot of games were mapped directly to the not WASD but directional pads, and then directional pad on a lot of the older laptops have one input at a time. So if you're pressing up and then you press left, either it's going to stay on up or it's going to go to left and it's going to forget that you're pressing down up and you haven't lifted your finger yet. Meaning you can't do any diagonals on some of those inputs. Which is the most annoying thing in the world for me if you're playing like an isometric game or you're just trying to do something in 3D or whatever. And the developers forgot that WASD was a thing for like the past 2 decades. Anyway, tangent aside, we're keeping the structure. It's good structure. Works. So instead of left, we're just going to do L and R. Right? And then we're going to have to try and rotate the camera. So let's go over to this camera object and figure out if there's a way to rotate it about the Y-axis, the vertical axis, so that we can rotate it around in a sensible fashion. So let's go over to the JO camera. Just go. Angle, Z angle. Maybe, type def angle. Okay, so, okay, it's a short integer. 16-bit integer, so we're, let's just go with 1. Rotate it by 1 for every frame that we have that held down and see how that works. So can we directly just address, camera angle? Well, let's try. Okay. So cam is my camera object. So let's okay, gamepad input, that's what I'm gonna call it. Try to keep my naming convention somewhat consistent. So let's try, how do I normally address sub-objects of different, there we go, no, not like that, not like that. I know I need something to do with a pointer. The thing with C is, I'm so used to MATLAB and Python and convenient stuff like that, where I don't have to deal with memory locations and memory objects. I'm never sure in C when I have to use like an and sign or ampersand, whatever you call it, an asterisk, or just forgo it and use these arrows instead of dots. So it's just going to be a lot of trial and error until this thing doesn't break on me. Try cam arrow. Oh, okay. Wait. Okay, that was working for me. Let's do it like that. Cam arrow. Okay, now it's not working for me. So this is probably not going to work. So we're going to try 2 different approaches. We're going to try Z angle. Let's try that. Z angle plus equal, or minus equal. Minus equal 1. And then we're going to try doing this a different way. We're going to do cam dot plus equal 1. And then let's try compiling this and see what happens. So, let's see. Something's got to break. Because both of those things, holy crap, really? Okay. I was not expecting that to work the first time. That probably shouldn't have worked the first time, but let's see if it do. I should probably have my Saturn controller. Let me go grab that real quick. Okay, that's embarrassing. It was right next to me. Not moved. Okay, let's... Right. Saturn controller. So if I press left trigger, does anything happen? Let me make sure I'm... Nothing. Right trigger, nothing. Okay, neither of these are doing as I wanted it to. So maybe I'm doing something wrong. You know what? Maybe I'm not controlling the camera correctly. So let's try it this way. Instead of trying to rotate the camera, let me just manually rotate one of the blocks. So I'm just going to comment out the center block that's doing all these weird rotations. Let's just remove that from the main loop. That's gone. And then maybe my triggers just aren't mapped properly. I don't know. I was playing another Saturn game earlier. Working. So left and right trigger do not appear to be doing anything. Maybe they're not properly mapped. I'm not sure. There's definitely something should be happening. I'm an idiot. Why didn't anyone... Okay, well, no one's on the stream, so that's why. But I should have known. And I'll tell you what I should have known. Me just putting, you know, blatantly and lovingly plagiarizing this code did not actually implement it anywhere, because it's just floating freely right there and not doing anything. It should be somewhere in the main loop. So, handle input. If it's not in the main loop, it's not going to run, obviously. Why didn't I think of that? Why was that not my first thought? Because I'm stupid. Okay. Recompile that. Let's see if this works. No ISO. Okay. Why is my compiler not doing what it's supposed to do? There we go. That is a different direction than I was expecting, but I'm pressing the left trigger and it's rotating counterclockwise. Right trigger rotates clockwise, and that's, to be honest, that's good enough for me for basically having second or third try having that work. Let's try doing that with the camera now. Let's go back and do the camera thing. I'm handling input already, so my 5-hour stream, I've completed my goal in about 1 hour, so the rest of the stream I can start dicking around with different ways of doing input stuff. Okay, so let's go back to trying that camera thing. So cam, arrow, what was it, Z angle? Or was it just angle? Let me go back. Documentation. Yeah, Z underscore angle, so that looks like I'm doing it right. Minus equal, and then let's do it a different way. Plus equal, and one of these ways, I'll just do it like this for now. See if I can just rotate the camera and have it run. Come on. This compiler's giving me problems. ISO. Complaining about no ISO. Are you not running, or what's going on? go back to my project file. Come on. So the ISO's gone. So I should be able to run the compilation script. Run the compilation script. Oh, I'm getting compiler errors. That explains some stuff. So let's see what these compiler errors are. You know what? This is actually what I was expecting earlier, but didn't get, which is weird. Invalid type argument of error. So the cam object, I can't directly address it like this. This is what I was talking about earlier with these C pointers. I'm so used to not having to deal with them in MATLAB and Python that now that I'm dealing with them, I'm not sure what I'm meant to be doing. Let's try an ampersand in front and see if that works. So save that. Recompile and run. Let's try it this way. Come on. Didn't like the arrow again. So let's try a dot. I'll do one with and one without the ampersand. There's got to be one way of doing this correctly. Or maybe I'm just addressing it completely wrong. Like there has to... I'm sure there's a camera control example somewhere in here, but I don't know. Okay. What am I doing? I'm compiling. There we go. Compile. Invalid L value in assignment. What line? 119. Alright. I think we have narrowed things down. So I'm getting a compilation error on line 119, which is here, which is the one where I use the ampersand, so maybe I shouldn't be using it. Maybe it should just be like this. See what happens. That's a good sign. Starting up. Left. Let's see. So I can keep pressing left. What's going on with that center cube? Okay, so Z angle, maybe those numbers are a bit low. Maybe it should be... Oh, the screen is rotating along the Z axis, which is really shouldn't be surprising to me. If you'll notice, the box on the left is now higher than the box on the right because I'm holding down the right trigger. So it's working. Hey, Senor Coffee. Actually, I don't actually remember your username. I'm not sure where that's from. I probably should know you, but I don't. Or at least not off the top of my head. I have to go back and look at what that is. Oh, wait. I know who you are. Took me a second. Anyway, okay. So the camera is... Okay, well, you know, I was trying to be culturally sensitive, Mr. Coffee. Anyway, so the camera is rotating along the Z-axis. I didn't want that. I wanted to rotate them along the Y-axis, but I just naively selected the Z-axis because, you know, it should have just... I figured that was the only angle they gave me to work with. Let's go back to the documentation and see what I'm screwing up here. Also, that was painfully slow rotation. I'm going to bump that up by like an order of magnitude. So, viewpoint and target. How does this work? I should know how these enumerators work, and I really don't. You know what? I think I'm definitely going to have to steal some boilerplate code to figure out where to point the camera. Okay, so there's a target, there's a viewpoint, and they have an enumerator. To be honest, I don't even remember how to handle enumerators. And it's fixed. Maybe, no, there has to be a camera rotation script. Or a function or something. Here. There's a JO camera. It's a camera structure. There should be a camera rotation, like let's see. Let's search the documentation for cameras and see what we get. Wait, are you serious? Try JO camera. There's just the struct that I'm already on. So maybe somewhere in this file should be a camera function, like let's see, initialize camera looks at the camera, pointer to camera struct. Okay, so this basically says select the camera for viewing. So camera target, set the target of the camera where the scene is located. Okay, that's the coordinate of the camera, where the cameraman is. Pointer to the camera. Okay, that puts the camera at a location, so we're getting closer. Set Z angle. Not exactly what I wanted. Why Z angle? I don't get it though. So we're rotating in like just along one axis. There has to be like an X and Y angle, right? Like if anything, it should be a Y angle. Because when you default the camera, like you think of rotating the camera, like in a first-person shooter or something, you would think that the camera would have to rotate along Y anytime you go left or right, because that's just how they work. Like a Z rotation will only be good for like a space simulator or something like that. Like you're in a spaceship, you're doing your pitch or yaw or whatever one of those things are. Okay, let's keep going down. Maybe one of these guys will be the right one. Drawing. A lot of drawing. I think we're past all the camera functions. Hit polygon count. Do you think I can manually? No, the camera doesn't have any like it as a structure. I don't think it has any rotation built in. Like I defined rotation on my my cubes. And I forgot how I implemented them. I remember... Oh, no, because when I drew them, I tell the engine to draw them at this angle. There's a way of doing that for objects that you blit onto existence, but how do you handle the camera? Perspective angle. Wait. Angle in degrees from 21 to... Oh, okay, that looks like a field of view type thing. Which... You know, what I have is working. I'm not going to mess with that because field of view, like, that's a good way of getting myself motion sick. I'm guessing. I'm guessing at most of these. Okay, draw a mesh. Okay, that's interesting. I'll think about doing that later. That perspective, pops 3D matrix. Okay, rotate 3D matrix using degree. Yeah, that's what I was doing earlier. The camera's not defined by 3D matrix, I don't think so. So I can't really... Oh, they got radiance. That's neat. You want to deal with multiples of pi. Rotate 3D matrix using radian. Set color on a quad. Disable light in the quad. Set color on the mesh. Set light on the mesh. One of these guys is what I need to do. Transparency in the polygon. A lot of meshing things. What header file am I in? Let's see. Okay, so... Okay, I think just everything 3D is under this header file. So, translate 3D, rotate 3D, translate 3D, translate 3D. Okay, that's all there is. I've gone through everything, and none of it's what I actually need. That's not encouraging. Matches. Okay. So, plan B. Let's go back and steal some more code, because that should do the trick. Go into the samples, and this time we're going to look at shooter. I think that's the first-person shooter code. FPS collision? Oh, there we go. This is someone else's code that I borrowed. I believe this is from the Sonic Z-Stream guy. I'm gonna feel a little bit bad about borrowing his code, but I'll ask for forgiveness later. Display. Let's see if that's what we need. So what we're looking for is to see if he uses the JO Engine's camera. And if he does, what way he uses to rotate. Everything here is commented out. That's weird. There we go. 3D camera in it. Oh, he uses the same... Okay, I mean, it's not surprising. Everyone's going to say cam. Set viewpoint. Okay, let me see if this comes up anywhere. Viewpoint. Because then... Looks like it does. Target. Okay. And then Z angle. Okay, 0. That makes sense. Oh. He initializes a 3D window. I don't even do that. Maybe I should. I don't know. Field of view. That's exactly what I thought that thing was doing. And he's using 70, which I'm assuming is default. Camera. Turning effect. Oh, okay, that's neat. So when in this line of code, what he's saying is when the player is moving around, I guess he's got a little angle increment. I'm not sure why this is a comparator. That's weird. Is that a true or false thing? That's very odd. Okay, player's moving, direction, blah blah blah. Player's fine. Okay, that's movements to the weapon. Player. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to use that set, what was that? Set 3D. Look at, or set target. There we go. I'm going to try using that set target. See if left and right changes whatever I'm doing there. So let me create a top level initialize camera. So let me just do, let me make an integer array of camera angle. Cam angle, 3 objects, X, Y, Z. When I start the code, let me do the cam angle 0 equals 0, 1 equals 0, 2 equals 0. And then I'm assuming the second one's going to be Y. Actually, yeah, I know it because it's in order. And then I can try doing camera angle +1, -1, and degree. Let's do 3 degrees. There we go. Actually, let's do some quick math to see. If I hold down the trigger, how many frames do I want it to take, or how long do I want it to take? Let's say in 1 second I want to make a 90-degree angle. So 90 degrees divided by 30 frames per second probably. So 3. So yeah, 3. There we go. Try doing that. And then we need to actually utilize this angle somehow. So in the main loop, handle input, let me rotate camera. Zero, 1, and 2. And then let's go ahead and wrap that around that JO camera 3D set target. Maybe that will do what I want it to do, and maybe it won't. I don't know. These tabs are killing me. Okay. First argument should be a camera, right? So let's point it at the camera. All right, let's see if this works. File and run. Incompatible type for argument 1, line 139. So we got down to here before it started complaining. That's odd. Argument 1. So which one is argument? Do they mean argument 1 isn't the first one or the second one? Because these get weird. Let me put a little ampersand there, see if that helps. Help. Huh. Didn't reserve space. Oh, that's Sigwin being stupid. Okay. What happens when I hold down the trigger? Okay, so that's kind of like, what is going on with this? Is anyone else seeing this distortion? I mean, it's neat that I'm traveling. Oh, wait. I'm not rotating. I'm translating. Which, I mean, it's nice that I can do that. Let me remap that to yeah, well, I'm not rotating, I'm translating. So when I'm moving down, it's kind of like going off the field of view as opposed to just rotating out of, like, things aren't shrinking and growing as what you'd expect when you're rotating. So if I were to hold this down all the way, displayed polygons is going crazy and I don't understand what's going on. It's non-zero, which is different. Okay. I did this wrong, but I did this wrong in a way that I can learn from, which is the best kind of mistake you can make. So, let's change this. Okay, so instead of doing JO key L and R, let's just do up. Or, actually, let's do that down. Well, I'll do it in order. Up. Seriously? Come on. Up. Down. Do this plus. Minus. So, okay, so the camera is now floating in space, and I'm telling it that it can travel freely like that. And then left and right. So left, it'll have to be minus, right will be plus, and then instead of the first object, it'll be 0th. And then I'll set C and Z for in and out. So let me... C to go backwards on that axis, and Z to go forward on that axis. And then right now, camera angle is a misnomer. It's going to be camera position. So camera pause. And let's rename all this to... Let me just copy and paste this like a bunch of times then. This should be 2. Okay. But that's not what we wanted to do to begin with. We wanted to, let's see what happens when set camera viewpoint is changed. So let's try this. Put that off to the side for now. So we have left, right, C and Z, up and down. Let's push this down over here to do the triggers. Do a little trigger warning here. And here we go. Cut this out. Angle. That's not where that function was supposed to go, actually. That function should go down here. Rotate. Okay, move and rotate camera. First one is moving the camera, second one is rotate, and we'll use the same arguments, except instead of doing angle, well, this should be pause now. So, with that. Okay, set target is now camera position oriented, and viewpoint will be angle. So let's see if that actually does anything. So this doesn't need to be here. Left and right, and this will change the angle along, I think, Y. That's what I want to do. Okay, does everything make sense? Angle along the triggers, position along these two Z buttons, and up, down, left, right. And everything is, well, now everything is initialized as it should be. Angle. Let's also initialize this down here. Need to initialize camera position. All right. This should work on the first try, unless it doesn't. Let's do it. Hey! Okay. Oh God, no. What happened? What has science done? Okay. Something happened. Okay. I think no. Whoa, okay. So I'm so confused. Okay, so I'm going, pushing down on the D-pad moves the scene down. Is this working the way I think it is? Pushing left on the D-pad rotates the entire scene. Pushing right on the D-pad similarly rotates the entire scene differently. Left trigger pushes out. Right trigger pushes out. Left trigger pushes in. Z rotates this way. C rotates the other way. Up, down, left, right. Right trigger, left trigger. And now I have no idea what's going on. These rotations are painfully slow. Clearly, I have no idea what's going on. Huh. All right. Let's close this up, go back to the code, and figure out what's going on. Because I'm not even sure if I can understand what camera manipulations are happening. I think I'm changing something inherent with the camera as opposed to just the basic camera position. So I think camera target, camera viewpoint are not what I am trying to do or what I should be doing. Let's go back and see if we can't play directly with, there we go. Target and viewpoint. Z angle. Okay, let's go back a few steps and just go and see if, okay, here's the gamepad boilerplate. Don't really need that anymore. Let's go back and see if we can't find, here's a shooter. Let's see if we can't just play with the shooter chip in it. This is a 2D shooter. I need 3D camera orientation. This is not going to help me. see what this looks like. Here's a camera. That's a good start. Camera look at, camera. Okay, camera init, camera center viewpoint. I don't understand this. But, Now we've moved on from figuring out that we can control the game input fairly easily, to being utterly confused by how cameras work. Static float RXRY. There we go. Here's some more boilerplate code. I'm just blindly grabbing stuff to see if I can figure out what he's doing. Camera initialize. Go back to my gamepad, my draw. Gamepad. Up, down, left, right. Changes. Appears to be some form of rotation. Oh no, he's got a complex mesh that he's drawing and rotating, but he's not doing anything with the camera specifically. So what I need to do is here. Let's run some let's run some of these projects out of here. So let's try. We have an ISO built. Any of these things have an ISO built? Really hope they do. File here. That looks like that did not happen. There is no ISO file. Wait. Oh, that's D. Nope. Nothing. That's not built. Try 3D. It's already been built. There's an ISO file. So let's change it so that I'm going to grab this guy, change my script real quick. And run with mednafin.bat and see what his boilerplate for demo 3D looks like, and to see if we can get any. So this is a sample code from JO Engine. This is one of his sample demos used for basically learning. What? Oh, okay. I see what happened here. This is still my stuff, my broken stuff that I just broke. Let's try that again. CD. There we go. Okay, this is his boilerplate. We actually saw all these sprites earlier. That's that. Oh, this is news to me. He's got semi-transparency on that Ghost. That's not something you're supposed to be able to do on a Saturn, at least not easily. So that's actually kind of big. Well, from my perspective, there are no controls here. The camera is where it is and doesn't move. Everything is drawn onto the screen. I'm pressing a bunch of buttons and nothing's happening. So this demo ain't it, boss. Let's try 3D map. Does it have a... Yeah. Okay, there we go. .3D map. Ice, tech demo. Okay. I'm changing stuff with things that I shouldn't be changing, and then breaking. Let me just some stuff back real quick. There we go. So this should be the 3D map demo. I'm not sure what's involved. I just know that there's an ISO built so I can run it. Okay, draw map and sprite in 3D, and he's rotating sprite and what appears to be a single quad. Again, no input. So do me a lot of good here. Let's try... 3D storyboard, advanced 3D. Advanced 3D does not have an ISO built. If I try running the clean and file... Oh, hey! Built the ISO. Good. So if you're following along with the files from... If you just go to the JO engine, as is posted in chat, and hopefully the description if you're on YouTube, downloading the JO engine will give you all these samples under JO engine/samples. There's a bunch of demos, and including those demos are these little batch files and shell script files if you're running this in Linux, to be able to quickly clean up the file folder, build your program directly into an ISO or an ISO or a queue with a bin. I don't know if you need like a multi-track bin or something like that. I don't know how it works yet. I'll have to learn that eventually. And then what you can do is, presumably, if everything's working right, you can just take his code, run the clean.bat, run compile.bat. You'll have an ISO. You'll run it in your favorite Saturn emulator. I should probably show off the Mednafen batch script I have to make it run well. Just like a couple lines, that's it. And you can actually run out his tech demos. I just have problems, things not going back where they're supposed to go. My shell, or not my shell, but my my little command prompt keeps changing folders when I don't want it to. So I just gotta make it change back. Let's try it this time. So this should be the advanced 3D demo. I looked at the code recently, just a little bit earlier. Hi, Randomons. See your face. This one has controls, and I am controlling the object, but again, not the camera, which is what we're trying to do. We can already control object. We've proven that. Okay, so pad rotates the mesh, and that's self-explanatory. Left trigger selects a different polygon. There you go. Left trigger, just keep selecting different polygons. I'm sure this is useful for something. I can't think of what. Also, weirdly enough, this is all drawn in triangles, which means he's probably how these are drawn. Because remember, the Sega Saturn works on quads. So it's going to have 4 vertices, and one of those vertices is going to be a copy of the other one, is how I'm assuming these are all drawn. So these are just quads with one side with length 0. That's how I'm assuming these are all done. C to toggle texture on and off. B, light on and off. Okay. Lighting effects. Screen door, and that's just kind of like a semi-transparency. So it's kind of like every other pixel is turned into transparent, so you can see the background. It's like semi-transparent when you're not looking too close. XYZ do nothing. And again, no camera control. So not what I'm looking for. Okay, let's see what else. Audio, background, backup. What is everyday cute? Well, it's got an ISO. Let's run it. Again, if you want to know what I'm running, just go through the list of just download the JO engine files and just go through the samples. see all the different demo things he has on there. And again, I think I got this off of a forum or something when he posted it. But the Sonic Z Stream guy, who actually has really impressive. Are you serious? Oh, that's stupid. You guys having problems with the stream? I'm not noticing any problems with the stream. I'm monitoring Twitch on the side of my screen. Just on my own. I mean, what's going on is I'm just going through all the different demos, so there's gonna be some black screen bits. But crap! I forgot to compile. Now I'm doing.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just me, but like the stream kind of like froze up.
At what part though?
I'm stuck on a screen that says 3D mesh demo.
That's weird. I'm looking. Did you try refreshing?
Weird.
Because it didn't happen for me. Like I'm seeing what I'm supposed to be seeing. We do clean, compile.
Really bizarre.
And then run the gamepad ISO. Are you serious? Oh. One command prompt changes the other. Great. Do it again. Okay, gamepad demo. So let's see. Use the keyboard. That's weird. Okay, it's literally just up, down, left, right. It's just basic input, output, and again, no cameras. So one of these guys there has to be some sort of first-person type demo or something like that. And I thought there was. Shading, hard-coded image, map, mode 7. Mode 7. Weird. Let's look at mode 7. No idea what that is. Use left and right to move. Okay. It's kind of slow, but this is stolen from Street Fighter, isn't it? Okay, I'm a little ignorant. I don't remember what mode 7 is supposed to be. I guess it's something to do with high resolution image backgrounds or something like that. I thought it had something to do with pseudo 3D rotation. I don't know. That again was not what I was looking for. Let's see. Paint. Printf. I don't need a printf demo. What are you talking about? Shooter, simple water effect. Sonic, sprite animation, tile set, video, demo 1. This is different. Okay, so this is a demo 1. No idea what it is. Mystery to me. Literally just a picture of a hedgehog. Okay, so let's go over to Sonic Z Stream's code. And I'm trying not to borrow too much. But
I think Twitch is broken. That's what's going on.
But Twitch itself, like the whole service?
I mean, at least for me, maybe one of the networks nodes that I'm connected to, because it just gave me some weird message I've never seen.
Weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it's still working for me. Anyway, so the Sonic Z Stream guy, I'm borrowing his code, posted it on the internet, and I'm assuming he's okay with people looking at his code because he's posted it. But let me just try to run. Yeah, it looks like it's already built, so let's just run it from this. He built the Z-Stream engine, and I think he did a lot of extra fancy stuff that I'm not about to try and recreate. But among other things, he used... Oh, crap. It's not compiled. Well, it's got a queue, but it doesn't have an ISO? Okay, let's try cleaning and compiling. No makefile. Oh, that's a problem. Huh. Oh, it totally has a makefile. I'm looking at it. Hmm. Compiler, common, JO engine, make. Okay. Let's go compiler, common. Oh, it's there. Maybe his here, let me go ahead and let you guys see what I'm trying to look at. Okay, so the Zonic Z-Stream guy, I really should learn his name. Has oh, whoops. You guys not see there we go. So let's see. Compiler, go 2 folders up to find the compiler folder. So let's see. From FPS collision demo, 1 folder up, 2 folder up. You know what? I think the problem is I should be putting his demo in the projects folder. Let me do that. Cut that. Put it over here. It's expecting to be in a different location. Files open another program. Oh, okay. Well, that's easily fixable. Rid of his compilation thing. Looking at his code. And press a key to continue. There we go. Oh, whoops. I feel like doing that. Apparently, I have one of his files open, and I'm not sure where. Not that one. Bear with me 1 second while I try to put things in their appropriate places. Maybe one of these guys. Just close out of that entirely. Try again. That's not working. This is my code. Okay. You know what? Let's just copy. No one's got a problem with copying. Unless it's that floppy. There we go. Let's move over to this file. Let me only open Notepad++ back up. Go. Run with Mednafen. Okay. Then let's go back and try to run this. I should compile first. Clean. File. Compiler, common, JO engine, make file. No such file. Maybe his compile script is got an error somewhere. So here's his compile script, and here's my compile script. Look identical, except for here. Let me just replace that pause with a JO engine. That's not going to fix the problem, but it's going to help me create the bin that I want. Let's 2 folders up under compiler. Okay. But yeah, it should be, everything should just run the way it should. So his demo should be able to, oh, his makefile. I haven't looked at that yet. That might be wrong. So here's his makefile and mine. And maybe the directories are different. Here, let me just copy all this over. Underneath the sources. This includes statement, I think, will be redundant once I get these. There we go. Okay, yeah, that includes statement will be redundant once I get this fixed. So let's try this. There we go. So what I'm saying is I'm trying to manually point to the right folder for where the engine is, where the compiler is, and including the engine makefile, which should have what I'm not even sure what's in the makefile. I'm not looking at it, but I'm hoping this fixes whatever problem that we're running into. So let's go back into that folder and try to clean and compile again. Oh, that looked like it worked. That's good. All right. This is the Sonic Z Stream's FPS demo. It should be impressive. If you just go up and let me go ahead and just link in chat and in the description, because if I'm gonna be borrowing this guy's stuff, I might as well just be linking to him. Sonic Z Stream. Or Z-Tream. It's kind of a weird... Yeah, if you guys just look up this video right quick, I'll show you what he's working on. And why is nothing... Oh, there we go. Okay. So, I see nothing but blue. Maybe I broke something. I don't know. By changing his compile and make files. But the include statement was just to the engine, so everything should be working the way it should be. So the thing is, it's got... Presumably, this code works if I didn't break it somehow. And what you're seeing on rotation Y is me pressing the left and right on the D-pad, which in theory would rotate the character left and right, and along with it the camera, because it is a first-person shooter. Up and down should be basically just traveling. A doesn't do anything, or A, I think A shoots because a new quad is being lidded onto the screen. I think B is a jump button because my Y value is changing, or maybe it's... I don't know. So, okay. So what we can learn from this, actually, is even if the code is broken, I can try to figure out what he's trying to do based off of the output, the debugged output that he's giving me. So left trigger, right trigger is, I think, strafing, because I'm oriented in a certain way, and the X and Y values are going up and down as I press left and right trigger. But left and right on the D-pad are giving me different rotation values, and that's exactly what I want. And I'm going to go ahead and assume that the left and right on the D-pad is where I need to be. So I'm going to look at his code, wherever he handles the controls, which I assume would be under this control.header. Okay, maybe not. Gamepad control void. Okay, so I guess he's just making these parent functions and casting them somewhere else. Display, enemy, loading, player. Oh, player. Probably. Dang it. Where does he define everything? Probably the C files. Control.c. Turn increase. That's probably going to come into play somewhere. There we go. There we go. Left and right. Player dot angle increment. Turn increase. Okay, where else does that come in? Ah! Oh, that's smart. You see what he did here is anytime he's bounding the integer by 360 degrees. So what that's saying is if I hold down right on the D-pad and I go from 0 to 90 to 180 to try and turn, and I complete a full turn, I'm at 360. What I would do is I would end up going past 360. I could do 540 or whatever if I do a second turn. 720 if I did a third turn. And eventually, it would keep adding up and turn into an unbound integer, and you just end up breaking. So, like, you can hold down the D-pad long enough to break the rotation where you wouldn't be allowed to rotate anymore. So the way he fixes that is with these two little if statements. The way I would have probably handled it is I would have put a modulo statement, and if I'm... Yep.
Running 3...
Sorry, who's that? Okay, I just heard someone. I think I'm going crazy. What's going on? Okay, never mind. Anyway, what I was saying is the way I would have handled this statement here is not with two if statements, but with a mod statement. So there's a modulo function. So let's say like if you have the number 3 and you do 3 modulo 2, which I think would be like a 3% 2 in C. What that would do is I would say, okay, 3 divided by 2 would be 1 with a remainder of 1, and it gives you the remainder. So if you take a big integer and you do modulo 360, it'll bound it by 360. It'll say, okay, if you have 360 modulo 360 turns into 0. 361 modulo 360 turns into 1. So it kind of gives you that looping behavior that this if statement is giving you. So let me see if I can recreate that real quick without modifying its code. I'll just write it down real quick. C mod modulo. Yeah, the modulus operator, that's what they call it. So yeah, so instead of doing this, I would have done, let's go down here. Player RY is equal to player RY modulo 360. Well, that would have done it is it would have done exactly what these two guys are doing, except in one line, and I don't know if it'd be more instructionally clean or faster or whatever, but it's nitpicking. This guy's doing more impressive stuff than me, so I'm not going to criticize him. Okay. Back to player angle increment. So player.ry, we're going to find out where that's being called. Critical angle. Somewhere in here, he's messing with the camera. I'm sure of it. If it's not in the controls, it's somewhere else. Like, it's going to be called... Probably in the main function, then, if it's not... let's see. Display. Oh, it's definitely in the display function. Let's go back here. So here's the camera. This looks like a mesh. Sort of. Mesh was a lot of... Okay, maybe it's not a mesh. Maybe it's something else. There's a lot of repetition on this thing. I have no idea what this is. Make everything fade to black when it's far from the camera. Or adds shading. Okay, I know nothing about shading, so I can't comment on this, but I'm assuming this makes sense to people that know what shading is. Moving on. Load permanent texture. Okay, texture loading, animate, that's all commented out. Initialize display. So player RY is actually our rotation. So wherever player RY is doing, that Z angle. Little turning effect. Light source, okay. So somewhere in here, you know, it'd be really funny if the camera is incapable of moving and you have to rotate literally everything else around it. I would hate that, but I don't think I can rule it out yet. 3D rotate matrix. So am I calling this exact function 3D rotate matrix? You know what? Maybe I am doing this wrong. Because what I was doing is I was taking one parent object and I was drawing it several times in different ways. And I was rotating to do so. But I think maybe the rotation needs to be... I think the camera is the one that's supposed to be doing that rotation. Because what I'm doing is I'm literally calling this 3D rotate matrix function here. So the way I have the program set up, I actually cannot use the camera the way I want to. It's kind of a problem. I gotta fix that. I gotta rebuild a lot of stuff from the ground up, so let's do that. We got another... Oh, no, I'm 2 hours into the stream. Let me get myself a little drink and then... Well, I already got one. There we go. Okay. So, I have dug myself into a hole here. I am drawing objects incorrectly, from what I can tell. Because 3D rotate matrix is how the Z-Stream guy... Let me find out his name. I don't want to call him that all the time. XL2? Can't be it. Okay, XL2. XL2 on YouTube. Guys, go check him out, because he's the Sonic Z-Stream guy. The one posting all these build updates. I don't know where he is on the forums. I have to go find him again, but, you know... I'm learning through his coding examples. So, going back to his code. 3D rotate matrix along players... So he's rotating along the Z-axis? And the Y. Why isn't he just doing this simultaneously? That's weird. And then the camera is tracking where the player is, which makes... That makes sense. I mean, that's... Obviously, that's how you do that. Oh, okay. If, this is a fun little piece of code. There's a little Boolean argument. I think that's a... Here's the thing. I see this, I think, Boolean argument, but let me double check. That's just greater than, right? So it should evaluate true or false. Oh, it's a bitwise operator. I would have to... I don't have a good enough intuition for how that works in order to... No, there's no way I'm looking at that right. Okay, it's a bitwise operator. I'm not sure what is that, a right shift? Okay, so that's right shift. Let me figure out what that actually means. Takes two numbers, right shifts the bits of the first operand. The second operand decides the number of places to shift. So why is it that way? Why are we taking what... Okay, what's player.y? Player.y, I assume, is either an integer or a float or something. Why are we taking a float and then adding some... Okay, well, the output's going to be a number as well. It's going to be the same kind of number. It's just a weird way of doing it. I mean, it works, probably, because I couldn't get the code to work, but, you know, I'm sure it works in some regard. Anyway, the point is, I'm doing things wrong. I gotta fix it. So, no, don't save changes. Please don't. Back to my code. Okay, let's see. We gotta redraw some stuff. First off, let's go back and, Oh, I should not have closed those guys. Let's open one of those back up. Control. Let's see. R. Somewhere in here he put in, oh, that's probably not control. I think it was display. Keep forgetting. So in display, the camera was moving along with player position. So what I need to do is I just need to do that, but with camera position. Let's see. Okay, here he's just drawing. He's updating here. XYZ. Where are we at? There we go, player.x. Let's just find out where that is again. Draw 3D, change, okay. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, there's rotate, translate matrix. You know, maybe this is salvageable. Let's try. Okay, let me just copy this function over. Camera position should default to 0. And then set target. Translate matrix. Okay, there we go. So I was doing this wrong. I should be doing it like this. So translate matrix should put me in the position I want to be, and then I'm actually guessing I can salvage this by just saying rotate matrix with camera angle, and that might be able to just fix everything. Let's find out. Okay. Let's go over to Mednafen and rebuild everything. Crap, I forgot. Be back in my project folder and set all these. Okay. Nothing is on screen. That's not a good sign. Did I break something? Oh, wait. I did break something. I was changing around my my run files. Okay. So I'll make debug Magnafen. I should not have this change directory in my batch file. I was doing that for a little toying around. Don't need to do that anymore. Let's try that again. This should actually be my code this time. Okay, so this is how I remember it. Oh, hey guys, we got camera control. All right. That's, well, okay, I need to reverse these a little bit. So left trigger is rotating it in a way that I'm not comfortable with, but I guess some games might do it that way. Left trigger is rotating me right. Right trigger is rotating me left. Okay. I like the speed. Speed feels responsive. It's a little fast. Maybe I'll slow it down a tiny bit. Go forward. Okay, up is up. Down is down. Z should be... Z is backwards. C is forward. And if I go through this thing... Okay, alright. I don't know at what distance the things will just stop rendering. I think there's like a default value. If not, if these things are just going to render out to infinity, then I think that the culling that most Saturn games do is for the benefit of the system itself, not like an actual engine limitation. Which, the more I think about it, the more it makes sense. So yeah, I'm pretty far away. These guys are still there in the distance. Tiny. I'm encouraged. Alright. Okay, so what can we do? What can we do to fix that? We need to flip a couple signs over. So L should be plus, R should be minus, and then Z and C need to be reversed as well for sensibility. Just because right now we're just a floating camera, so let's at least get the camera controls comfortable. What else do we want to do? Camera angle. Let's turn that into a double, or float at least. Where do I define it? Yeah, both of these, they don't need to be ints. Float. Go. Float. And then we can go back and do the default amount of turning to... Let's do 2.5. 2.5. And then I'm comfortable with the speed here. 333 all around. That's great. Maybe I can do a little bit of an accelerating effect. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see how I feel later. So let's go back to Mendefin and run this thing. Oops. Bad. Okay. D-pad left. Dang it! D-pad right. Okay, I forgot. D-pad up, D-pad down. Oh, those are working. D-pad Z, D-pad C. That's right. R trigger, L trigger. So up, down. Okay, left and right I need to flip. Let's go back, do that. Right again. Left, right. Forgot to flip these guys. Okay. Plus. Minus. Rebuild. Try again. Left, right, up, down, Z, C, right trigger, left trigger, and there's that box I put back there. The still unsolved mystery is why displayed polygons remains 0. Oh, okay. Another mystery. Where did the other guys go? Okay, I am right next to this guy. We rotate. And I lost them. Okay, that's a little bit fast. It's definitely a little bit fast. Okay, I lost everyone. It's let's slow down the rotation by a lot, and here, I want to try and get to the bottom of why displayed polygon number is just not agreeing with reality. Oh, lower the rotation speed by a lot. Let's go back again. Right trigger, left trigger. Okay, this makes sense right now, except for displayed polygons. If I go up and down, it still kind of makes sense. I go in, rotate. Oh, okay, there's that guy. If I go backwards some more, the other guys should pop back into it. There we go, existence. And yet the displayed number is still 0. What's up with that? Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to set a value for the start button, and I forgot to look at what's going on with this block over here. If you recall at the beginning of the stream, I was complaining about one of these textures going in and out of existence. When I restart this thing, I will probably see it again. So let's do one more last edit before we move on to a different goal. So I'm going to set start button behavior. What that's going to do is going to reset my camera to basically the all zeros that I started with. So let's just copy this little block of code over here and reuse it, which is generally bad practice, but I don't care right now. All right. Let's go over here. When you have multiple lines of code in an if statement, you're going to need those. There we go. Remember, I'm used to working in Python, and Python is not tab agnostic or spacing agnostic. It actually kind of interprets that stuff. And C, you could put everything on one line of code and it'll just run. So you have to make sure all the punctuation's in the right place. Python, you have a little inverse situation where punctuation is almost completely unimportant. Alright, back to Mendefin. Start button should now... Oh, seriously? Start. Okay. I had a little compilation error. That's because I could not spell start. I spelled star instead. Let's go back and try it again. Oh, good. Okay, another compilation. Okay, is this... Oh, this is just Cygwin complaining. Cygwin on Windows, for some reason, every once in a while, will run out of memory and you just have to kind of restart something. I don't know why, but it's... The default compiler that this engine's running on is using Cygwin. I think it's, which is why I said I think it's GCC that it's running in the background. I haven't gone to check yet. If we look at this left, you see right there some textures disappearing in and out of existence on that face right there that we can see in front of us. If I move over here, still get the same behavior. No. So this is just a very, very specific bug that I'm just going to have to live with, knowing that I can't do anything to fix. Because I can't reliably recreate... What? Okay. So, here's a... I am rotating about my starting position. So, you know what I think is happening? I think when I'm over here, okay, that explains some of the problems I was having earlier. I'm rotating about a central axis is from my starting point, which is here, when I press the start button. I need to move the central axis with the camera position. So, back to the drawing board. Let's go back into the documentation, because I'm pretty sure I saw what I needed to do. So, like the cameraman position, I think that's what it called it. Camera... Manage light camera default values. Okay, that makes sense. Camera look at. I don't want to deal with that again. The target. Nope. Set viewpoint. Where the cameraman is. Exactly what I want. Okay. Let's do that. Okay. Oh, wait. What am I doing in there? Alright, sorry guys. I still am Mendefin. Not showing you what you need to see. Okay, let's get rid of that because we're not using it anymore. These guys up here. We've confirmed that these guys are worthless. Let's get rid of these lines. Okay, camera. Where do we update the camera every frame? Probably in the main loop. That would make sense. camera viewpoint. Okay. So back to the argument. We need a pointer to a camera, and then XYZ integer. Whoops. Huh. All right. So let's go back. Okay, position has to be an integer again. So let's go back and fix that. I thought position could be a float. Apparently, well, it's so weird. Oh wait, no. Let's keep it that way. What we'll do is we'll do a casting statement. We'll cast a float as an integer because the float seems to be working. No, that's hacky. That's hacky. I don't like that. No, because there's gonna be like a slight disagreement. Let's go back. Let's just keep it as a position. Where is it? Oh no, not that. Okay. Camera position is an integer again. It's weird that it has to be an integer. But sure, yeah. Okay, so the entire thing is based on an integer grid. So let's agree with it. Let's keep it as an integer grid. +3, +3, +3. So everything here is an integer already. The only thing I was using as a float was the camera angle, and I was not getting any complaints, so let's leave it as is. Okay. There we go. So let's do @cam. All right, and that's our pointer to the camera, and then camera position, same as with the translate matrix. So we'll be moving, everything will be translated, and then the camera will be set to that position as well, and everything will just kind of make sense, I think. Actually, now that I think about it, this is starting to look redundant. Let me try commenting this out, see what happens. See if the controls still work. Back to Mendefend. Wow, that was a disaster. Okay, what does the D-pad do? Left? Right? Oh, okay. This is weird. Oh, at least the triggers are doing what I expect them to do. Left is not doing what I expected. Right is not doing. Up is doing a weird rotation. Down is doing a weird rotation. Z moves in. Oh, it doesn't. See, you're doing some weird stuff. Okay, I remember we tried this earlier and it didn't work well. I don't get it. Huh. I am confused about why this is doing what it's doing. Okay. So it looks like we're doing rotation somehow. Like we're not translating the way I expected it to be. But also we are translating. We're doing translations, but if I bring the camera close to these three cubes, yeah, that was weird. Okay. The camera closer, and then like the world rotates around it. So what is going on? Why is it when I go close to these guys? Oh, you know what I think is happening? Let's go back in the documentation. I'll show you what I think is happening. So there is a camera. Let's see. Camera initialize. Camera look at. There's a Okay, no, not that guy. Target. Set camera target. Camera target I believe, is set coincidentally to the place where I put those boxes. So when I move the camera is still trying to look at something. Like, the camera's locked there. So an easy way of me to fix that is for me to go into the main function, find out where I initialize the camera, and then set the target to infinitely far away along Z. And hopefully that will keep the camera oriented in a way that will make sense. 0, 0, and then what's int max? What kind of ints are we dealing with? Is it short int? Constant int? Oh, it's just normal int. Okay. See if I can just do int max. Int underscore max, all caps. So, why do I keep opening that up? Close that out. All right, let's do int max. Okay. And hopefully that will do what I think it's going to do. And let's just test that out real quick before doing anything else. Come on. Operate. Int max, undeclared. It doesn't know what int max is. That's weird. I just manually put in the value for what int max should be. You know what? The Saturn is a 32-bit system. Let's play it safe. Maximum signed 32-bit integer. Oh, it's okay. It's that exact number. All right. Where did I put that? Instead of doing that, let's do 2,147,483,647. Oh, wait. 2,147,483,647. Which should be the maximum signed integer, which is integer with a plus or minus value in 32-bit integers. Okay. Compile and run. Probably should have switched over the code when I was doing that so I could show you. Oh well. Okay. So we're looking in the opposite direction now. But if I rotate the camera... Whoa! Okay, we're right there. Let's back up. Oh. I'm so confused. Okay, if we back up a bit... Okay, now we're backing up. C button still backs up. Z button still approaches and goes forward. So let's rotate. And I can't see the other box. So that's already a problem. What's going on there? Z... Oh, okay, the box is over there. I went to the opposite side. Whoa, okay. Z... So I'm approaching this guy with Z. Rotate, face the other direction, approach this guy, and I'm going backwards. Because I should be facing... Okay, so if I push Z, I'm going backwards if I'm rotating this direction. If I just rotate over here and I look at... here and I push Z, I go through it. So Z is now locked to an infinitely far away direction. And the camera just rotated. Okay, so the infinitely far away Z trick is not going to work because the coordinate system is fixed, and when I translate it, it doesn't change the coordinate system itself. So what I need to do is I need to trick it by putting the coordinate as some sort of mathematical value. So I'm going to look just in front of me according to my camera angle and my camera position. Let's try doing that. So, assuming that I'm not trying to look up or down yet, the camera angle is going to be basically an angle around the Z-axis, which means it's going to be an angle that affects X and Y. So we're going to... Where are we? We're going to have to constantly be updating the camera target, so we're going to move that back to our main loop. Let's do it. Camera positions as default, and we're going to have to add certain values to it. So if our camera angle is 0, then we should be looking in front of us. So let's add the cosine of a camera angle 0. And then, oh wait, which camera angle are we using? Camera angle 1, my bad. We're rotating them about, we're actually rotating about the y-axis, my bad. So if we're rotating about the y-axis, then we should be making a target out of the x and z axis. So we want to add the sine of that first angle. To there. And that way when the angle becomes 90 degrees, it'll be facing the positive direction. And that sounds right. Let's try it and see if that actually makes things less weird. There is unidentified reference to cosine and sine. Great. So I keep forgetting that I'm working in C, and C does not natively build in math functions. You have to import them. So let's go back to the top and include... Can't believe I have to do this. Include... How do you not include math by default? Okay, whatever. Math.h. Right? Yeah, that one. Yeah, you know what it is, because it should be there automatically. I don't know why it wouldn't be. Active Endorphin. Oh. Math. Okay. And I have to use math.h in the proper context, which means when I call for cosine, I need to call for math.cosine. When I call for sine, I call for math.sine. Math.sine. Okay. Now let's go back to the emulator. Come on. Come on. Killing me. Goodness. Math undeclared? What, do I need to capitalize it or something? What's going on here? Okay. How do I do trigonometry in C? This should not be difficult. Cosine, a double. Cosine of a double. Do I need to cast it as a double? It's an angle. Okay, wait. Radians. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, I tried to cheat and it didn't work out. Okay. Let's see, go to Z, we gotta cast as an integer. No, cast as a double. Or a float? No, just cast as a float, right? Because... Okay, so float. Okay. And then I'm sure I have to do a math.pi. Pi. I have to define pi? Are you serious? My goodness. Okay. Why is this not all, like, just automatically included? There, pi is exactly 3. Or whatever. Where even was I? Okay. Cast as a float to begin with, right? To be used as an argument in this function. Actually, no, I don't need to use math dot. It should be usable from the beginning just with that include statement. Right, okay. My problem was I'm not using the right kind of argument. So I'm using a float, and I'm multiplying by pi and dividing by 180 because that's how you convert an angle in degrees to an angle in radians. We're going to do that first. Over here as well. Okay. And we're going to again go back to Mednafen. Restart. Okay, line 160. What's your complaint this time? Syntax error before float. Okay. Where? Oy. Okay. Zero. All right. I am getting syntax error before float. And does it come from this cosine? What is going on here? Let's see. We have yeah, that should just work the way. Oh, okay. Wait. I didn't need that there. Maybe that was the problem. Let's try to compile again. Still have that syntax error before float. What's going on here? Okay, let's split these out into a camera target thing. So let's make an entirely new float array here called camera target. Camtar. Okay. We're gonna initialize that as go. Okay, initialize to 0, but not here. Here we're gonna do cosine. We're gonna try to do this exact cast statement. Where did I put the cast statement? Not up here. Down here. There we go. So let's grab this. Alright, so float, casting on the camera angle 1, multiplied by pi, divide by 180, 0.0, 0.0. And let's do sine of the same exact thing. Okay. Actually, this statement can be okay. In general, it's bad programming practice to have one function make or do multiple things. So this will eventually have to be moved out to its own function, but right now I'm just, you know, screwing around. Every time we invoke gamepad input, we make our adjustments, and then after the fact, we make the adjustments to camera target. But now I can just directly call camera target, and when I actually do the camera target in the game loop over here, I'll just do camera target 0, 1, and 2. What could possibly happen wrong? Okay. Let's try to recompile and find out. Syntax error before float on line 147, 149. Yeah, exactly where I put these two guys. Why is that a syntax error? Is that... Okay, let's just declare straight up new float. Angle. Just for lack of a better word for it. And just cast camera angle 1 as that angle there. And we'll see if that does the job. Try again. Segue error. Syntax error before float, line 147. Can I not use the float as a casting function? Oh my goodness, I'm stupid. Okay, I'm still thinking in Python or MATLAB or one of those two. This is how you cast in C. Try it again. Input line is too long.
Hey, what's up guys? Hope you enjoyed the video. Huge thanks to my man Curtis for supporting on Patreon.
Okay,
and blessing
let's
this awesome game for me to cover.
yeah. Let's switch over to my other background music, because apparently some of this hedgehog theme background music is got speech in it. And I almost forgot to add in the actual camera position. So that's going to be camera position plus that, camera position 1, and camera position 2. That was dumb. I don't like that I have to do that, but whatever. Okay, please run this time. Is I have to do the same thing for not just these guys, for the camera target. I have to reorient everything for the camera position as well. So I need, if I have a heading and I press forward, I need to go along that heading and not just along up or down or forward or... Oh, let's back to the drawing board. Okay. I just need a whole function properly. Well, I'm gonna have to do it down here, but whatever.
Listen to that. Would you make a song written by a machine sound so beautiful?
Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna do kind of like a heading adjustment. Let's do float, maybe? Is it position, a float, or an integer? It's an integer. Let's keep it as an integer. Integer heading. 3. So wait, can I, in C, can I just implement a 0 integer array initialization? There we go. Okay, so I can do it like this. Equal to curly brackets 0, 0, 0. That makes sense. Right? So if I want to press up on the keypad, instead of adjusting camera position directly, I'm gonna have to have heading. Actually, heading is probably the wrong way of saying that. Heading is going to be for an angle, and then I'm just going to have a what's called a delta, which is kind of like a mathematical shorthand for a change. And that's also going to be initialized to 0, 0, 0. I press up. I want delta 2, which is, or delta 1, delta 1 being my y direction. Change by 3. Positive. And then press down. It should be -3. Okay. Left. I want... Okay. So this is all relative. So the first element is going to be relative left and right. Second element's going to be relative up and down. Third element's going to be relative forward back. So up should go up, down should go down, left should go negative on the x direction relative to where I'm facing. And right. Okay, and then C. C should go backwards. So delta 2 should change by that much. Oh, this guy needs to be 0. And then Z delta... Oh, delta 2 should be just positive. Okay, there we go. And camera angle seems to be working just fine. So let's not mess with that for now. Maybe no, it's fine. No, let's get rid of heading. If it's working, it's working. We don't need to mess with it too much. We'll fix it later. Make it pretty. Okay. First thing, we need to fix camera position. So we'll do fix camera position. We're going to do that by building our own little rotation matrix, and this part is going to be fixing camera targets, basically where it's facing. Target slash orientation. Okay. First then, let's go ahead and look up rotation matrix, 3D rotation matrix. So I know what I'm doing here. So if I am rotated by, see, like a certain number of degrees, camera position should change. Okay, the 0 position is our X. Could do delta 0 times JO cosine of camera angle 0? What are we rotating? No, camera angle 1. We're only rotating around one axis right now, which makes this a little bit cleaner. Minus delta 2 times sine of the same. Okay, so that's going to be our transformed x and y coordinates, but now that because the x and y plane is not, we're traveling along x and z, not x and y. So in actuality, we're changing, we're traveling on x and z coordinates, so we're going to do it like that. So this is going to be sine. If anyone's curious as to what I'm doing, I'm taking a two-dimensional rotation matrix, which you can read about on this Wikipedia article that I'm posting up here. Maybe I'll put it in the description, but you can just literally just Google rotation matrix and it'll pop up. Okay, so that was sine, and then plus y cosine. And camera position 1 should just equal... Oh, these are deltas. We need to be adding the original position. Oh, okay, just do plus equal, plus equal, plus equal, and then delta 1. Alright, when we press start, we reset everything anyway, so that's good. Okay, camera angle. Alright, and then camera target, we just tell it to point. Okay, second, let's do everything we can to reduce the sensitivity by just setting everything to 1. Okay, that's a little bit more. All right. Okay, with this, these. Oh, I forgot to move these guys back. Wow, that's reasonable. That's not. Okay. Left and right are not doing what I want them. Up and down are doing what I want them to. Rotate is doing what I want it to. Back and forward, left and right are not, because my rotation thing is not working the way it should. Go back to the drawing board and see how I screwed up. Okay. This is what's actually controlling the camera position and then the camera target. So anytime I actually change the angle, or if I change where I am left and right, which is going to be delta 0, anytime I play with delta 0, anytime I play with delta 2, things are not working. But when I'm rotating with L and R triggers, it's working. So where's my problem? Up and down are working, right? That delta is doing what it's supposed to be doing. Okay, let's get rid of this rotation crap. Let's just try straight up adding or subtracting, whatever you want to call it, delta from it. Okay. 0 goes delta 0. Put it on here. 2 to delta 2. See if I'm thinking about this incorrectly. Back to mend defend. Come on. Camtar. Syntax error before camtar. What did I screw up now? Okay. I need a semicolon. Okay. Up goes up. Down goes down. Left. Okay. I'm still only traveling along that axis, which the first. I mean, that's the reason why I tried doing that rotation matrix to begin with. Also, I'm facing. That's my first issue. Why am I facing this direction? Camera target should be. My default target should be dead ahead. It should be. Oh. I need to flip X and Z. That's my first problem. I'm facing the X direction, and whoa, okay, rotation is totally whacked out. Okay. Oh, okay, so I can see those guys, I can see that. Why was it freaking out a second ago? Like that. Left takes me further right, which is its own problem, and right takes me further left, takes me... Okay, both these things are doing the same freaking thing. What is going... Okay. Oh. Well, that's stupid. Okay. Well, I found another unrelated problem. Right should be going positive. So, there's that. Let's leave the deltas as is. Well, no. We gotta try and fix that. Camera target. Let's flip the sines and the cosines. So, sine over here, cosine over here. So, default behavior, I should be facing down Z. That means if I try to fix these rotation things, it's gonna look a little bit weird. Let me see. Delta 2, delta 0. Actually, no, that's pretty painless. Okay. Delta 2, delta 0. Let's see if that helped. Back to Mendefin. Try again. Okay. Dead ahead. That was my first goal. I keep forgetting to push back the blocks. I need to push back the blocks. Okay. C takes me... C doesn't do anything. C just makes the screen go weird. Fine. C... You know what? I think I'm just moving so slow that I can't... Really should not be doing. Okay. Up. Up goes up. Down goes down. That's normal. Rotate. Wrong direction. Left trigger. Wrong direction. Okay, I just gotta flip those two guys. Why that keeps happening. I think the camera's literally inside one of these boxes creating all these weird artifacts whenever I try to move anything. Also why these guys are blipping in and out of existence. Let's see if I can't narrow down more of these problems. I'm going to back to code blocks. What was my first problem? Up was up and down was down? No. Okay, let me flip these two guys. Because I don't remember if that was back. No, these guys weren't backwards. The triggers were backwards. Left should be minus, right should be plus. This makes sense. Backwards. Okay, the squares. How far away are they? 100. Let's make them 300. Nope, that's not far away. 500. 500. 100. And then minus 500. The camera target. Am I? No, the camera target is just by 1. Camera target an integer? No, it's a float. So, I mean, it doesn't need to be that far ahead. I mean, I could just do like 0.01 times that. Let's see. Yeah, that looks right. Okay, let's try that. Back to the emulator. Okay, these guys are reasonably far away. That's fine. I rotate. Right trigger rotates me. I can see that guy behind me. That's good. And I'm back. Left trigger. Thing. Let me right there. Start. Resets everything. Good. Up goes up. Down goes down. That. What does Z do? Z makes the screen go weird. Z does the same thing. As you can see, delta 2 is changing by -1 and +1. Okay, so when I have a delta 2 that's not 0, what happens? If I'm facing dead ahead, camera position should be changing. Up takes me up, one takes me down. Those signs are right. Left, right. Oh boy. I don't understand why that's happening. So when I press left or right, or C or Z, I'm not traveling anymore. I am glitching. What's going on there? Okay, so these rotation matrices are clearly not working. How do I fix it? I press left, I should be moving left. These guys should be moving to the right in my field of view and not flat out disappearing. Why does that do that? Z should be approaching. These guys should be getting bigger, not turning into whatever that is. I don't even understand how that works. Up and down is not even fixing that. Okay, let's go back in the code and just change it back to what it was, which is literally just changing the position by that much. And then we'll try to figure out why he's weird. Oh, whoops, let me switch over to Medinfen. Okay, if I press left, I go right, which is a less serious problem than I had before. Press right goes left. Up goes up, down goes down. That part makes sense. Okay. Rotations, as expected. C or Z takes me further away. C gets me closer. Weird. Okay, but if I rotate, and I go left, further right. If I go right, it's me further left along that. Z, C takes me closer. The opposite. And now, this could definitely be faster, but it was. I press right, backs me up. But I still need to find a way to rotate this. Somehow. Alright. Let me take a little 2-minute break to refresh my drink, and then I'll come back with some insight. Okay, so I'm back, and let's try to go over what I've been trying to do. There is a kind of a universal coordinate system here, where if I press left, I'll be giving myself a delta of -1 along my x coordinate. And that means, oh, I flip it around over here, so I give myself a +1. So I could probably only flip it here and not there. Plus equal, plus equal, plus equal. And I gotta flip these two guys because they were doing the right thing before. That means I'm just gonna be moving along the sec, but this doesn't take into account my camera angle, so I gotta take into account the camera angle. So if I have a camera facing 0 degrees, that means everything should stay the same. So that means delta 0 times JO cosine of the angle, which is camera angle 1, because I'm rotating around the y-axis. That should be correct. And then same thing over here if I'm facing 0 degrees. Oh, not this guy. Over here. There we go. If I'm facing 0 degrees and I give myself positive or negative along the z direction, nothing should change. I should just go along the z direction. So this should be as this is. And then let's take care of the inverse. So let's say I'm rotated 90 degrees and I press left. That means if I'm rotated 90 degrees and I press left, I should be going along the positive Z direction. So my delta 0 times sine will give me that. Okay, but if I am rotated 90 degrees and I press Z, I should be going forward, which is along the positive x-axis, which means Z will give me positive delta 2 times sine 90 will get me where I need to go. Okay, so delta 2. This should be a rotation that should work, maybe. Let's try it that way. Just have to talk it out a little bit, think about it for a second. It's more lemonade. And run the emulator. There we go. For my boxes. My boxes. There's my boxes. I press up, I go up. I press down, I go down. Reset. Left trigger, right trigger. Okay, that's rotation is good. I press left. And things freak out. I press right, things freak out. Z, things are freaking out. Disappear. I don't know why. What's going on? If I press C, or okay, I press Z, I give myself delta 2 of 1. That means my camera position should only change by what? Camera position should only change along Z if I press Z right now. So I should just be going forward, slowly. That's not happening. What's going on? I press C, things blink out of existence. I press Z, things flicker until they blink out of existence as well. Same thing with left, except that one was weird, right? Because now we have this thing. I don't even know what that is. Up and down to try and reveal it. Doesn't really show anything new. And rotation. Does the angle need to be an integer? Is that my problem? Let's go back into the documentation and figure this out. Okay, so the angle I have defined is a float, just like the target. Okay, and then if I go over to the engine and I try to figure, well, not this part of the engine. What was it under? It was under 3D stuff, right? 3D whatever. Oh, 3D.h. Okay, it was just that. I go and I find my camera, and I go to find where do we initialize camera look at. These are integers. These are integers. Viewpoint, where the scene is located, where the cameraman is. You know what? Maybe the engine is somehow going along with what I'm telling it, despite the fact that I'm doing things absolutely incorrectly. These guys need to be integers, and they're not, and that's a problem. These guys need to be integers, and they're not, and that should also be a problem, despite the fact that I'm not getting any compilation errors. And what else do I need to change? These guys can no longer be floats. These guys be floats. What does cosine and sine? Cosine and sine should return basically floats, and they need to be cast as integers. So let's cast this whole thing as an integer, see what happens. Because that should do it. And then obviously these guys, that That can't work. That can't work. Everything here needs to be an integer, so let's... Okay. Integer. This stuff. I will be legitimately upset if the whole problem was I was trying to do math with floats and it was just integers. Okay. So if that was actually the problem, this should maybe not solve it, but make it less weird. Let's try running that. Okay. Left trigger works. Right trigger works. Up. Works. Down. Works. Start. Z. Same thing. C. Same thing. Left. Same thing. Right. Same thing. It's going. So it's not the integer thing. Integer thing apparently was not the problem. Right? The fact that everything is now an integer should be running as expected. This is honestly mind-boggling. Okay. What can we do to fix this? Maybe this needs to be multiplied by a big number. Like, okay, let's just try multiplying by 10. Okay, yeah, multiplied by 10. And these deltas, maybe they need to be 3s now. Give them enough of a chance to be something that's not 1 or 0. Okay, try again. It's, that's not encouraging. I press start. Okay, let's try it. Okay, rotation is fast, but sensible. Maybe we should slow that down a little bit. What I really need to do, I need to display on the screen the actual rotation variables. Okay, up and down work as expected. Left, it's completely off. Completely off. Okay. C and Z don't appear to have any effect at all. Okay, there. Garbage. I don't understand how the starting conditions change just by doing this integer stuff. If the deltas start at 0, and you multiply 0 by basically everything, this should be, camera position should be 0, like here it is. Oh, sorry. You guys need to see the actual code, so, yeah. So, starting conditions. They should not have changed at all. The camera target, okay, maybe the camera target was too far ahead. Maybe I just need to put the camera target exactly on where the position is. That seems wrong. It seems like it shouldn't work, but it might. This casting stuff might have screwed me up. Let's just see what happens to the starting conditions without even caring about what's going on with controls. I keep breaking and re-breaking this thing in different ways. Eventually, I will stumble upon the right way to do it. Okay. What is going on? Camera position should be starting out at 0. That's just where it should be. And the inputs, none of the inputs appear to be. Okay, am I even? Maybe something's wrong. Let's not even listening to my. Okay, I think maybe my camera position does need to be aimed at something. Okay. It was working before, let's go back to what was working. Let's just take off the casting argument, and then it'll be allowed to be afloat, and it'll just be self-cast into an integer, I guess, maybe, or... You know what? Let's just go back to having everything as a float. That was at least partially sensible. Float. I can spell float. Even the position can be a float. Who cares? Whatever. See if... I guess the engine is robust enough to handle it. It wasn't crashing before. Really need to find a way to just disable that. Okay, well that didn't fix anything. Camera target. Let's just do sine and cosine without any fancy whatever changes to that. So if I have the camera rotated 90 degrees, that means I'm facing positive X, and it should be positive X, and then this should be 0. So yeah, that makes sense. No, wait. Yeah, no, that's right. Okay, let's try this way. These guys, let's take away our int casting. We don't need int casting anymore. We're gonna try and force everything to be afloat and see if that works. Let's deliver what I had before. Just get rid of that. Just gonna throw me off. Thing saved. Rerun the script. Okay, so turning everything back into a float and then playing with a couple things. What did I even... Okay, so the sine and cosine were no longer being manipulated that way. So I had a multiplier in front of sine and cosine for the target, and I took that away, so now it's reasonable. Okay, up goes up, down goes down, rotate, rotates. Z don't supposed to do left, and right don't do what they're supposed to do. Get it. I mean, the logic, how I set up the... Here, let's go back to the camera position statement and see if I'm missing something obvious. The camera position should be changing in a way that's consistent with the camera angle. So let's say the camera angle is 0. If I go forward by pressing Z, delta 2 should be pushing me forward by having cosine of 0 is 1, 1 times 3 is 3, so I should be going forward 3. That makes sense. And then sine of 0 is 0, so delta 0 can be whatever it wants, it's just not going to change. So this whole thing's going to advance forward by 3 as if it was directly being changed over here. Same with C minus. And now, let's say camera angle 0, and I try to move to the left by pressing left, and that should give me minus 3 over here. So minus 3 times cosine of 0 is 1, so I get minus 3. Sorry, minus 3 times cosine of 0, minus 3. So this is the part is minus 3. And then this bit over here is what? Sine of 0 is going to be 0, so that part should zero itself out. I make a 90-degree turn, and I press Z to go forward. That should give me positive X direction. So 3 times sine of 90 degrees is 1. Is it that JO sine is supposed to be taking in something else? JO sine should be taking in where's the math? Math. There we are. JO sine. Find it. JO underscore sine. Integer. Angle. Angle in degrees. Returns sine of the angle times sinus. What did... Okay. What does that even mean? Why does it return sine of the angle times 3,000 or 32,768? Someone explain that to me, because I honestly, I can't for the life of me figure out what's going on there. Let's just change that to sine f, and it'll return a floating point, which is what I'm using right now. And it won't be multiplying it by 32,768. For some freaking reason. Let's see, does cosine do the same crap? Because when I use a mathematical function, I expect it to work the way it's supposed to work. Why is it being multiplied by 32,768? Again, cosine. Am I supposed to be using like a different base of units, where everything's in multiples of 32,700 blah 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 blah? Because that doesn't make any freaking sense to me. I'm just gonna do the floating point slower. So if I'm gonna optimize, I'm gonna have to eventually move back over to integers with this as my base, which is so stupid. Whatever. Okay. Yeah, let's just use the floating point. Let's just use the floating point for now, and then afterwards I'll figure out how to make it fast. By redoing everything and it's got up. So that explains why everything was going crazy, because it was being multiplied by 33,000. It's not 80s music, it's concentration programming music. It's one of my background YouTube whatever things. Let me link it in chat. You go over here and find it. Enjoy yourself. I got a whole playlist of these. That's got to be the most aggravating thing I've ever experienced, is the math function returning multiple of it. Like, why is that the default behavior? So... It's so sense. Okay, I'm sure there's a sense to it. I'm sure the guy knows what he's doing. I just don't. Okay, let's go back into come on. Recompile. If this is what fixes it, I'm gonna be so pissed. Ugh. Okay, up, down, rotate. Oh, God. Rotate to not do what I wanted to do. Why is it doing that? Okay, left, right. That's working. Z, C. Why is rotate being freaking ridiculous? L and R should just be rotating. L, So how did I break that but fix up, down, left, right? Okay, that's not left, right, up and down are fixed. Forward and back are fixed. Camera angle is a floating point value that I am adding and subtracting 3 to. And oh, I talked about this earlier. I can't believe I'm making this mistake again. Maybe I need to stop being stupid. Camera angle needs to be bounded by something. So let's fix the angle first before anything. Okay. Bound camera. Well, okay, sorry. I need to close out this guy and then over. Bound camera angle. If you remember earlier, I was talking about, hey, this guy's doing this smart thing where this if statement is clipping what the angle of the camera should be so that it cannot exceed 360. Let's do exactly that. Let me just do modulo 360 for all three of these guys. Okay. 1 and 2. Okay. I don't think that's gonna fix what's going on here. Because I'm not even sure that the angle that is being induced is correct. Like, I think this thing might be taking in radians. Let me double check. Cosine float. Angle in degree. It's taking it in degrees. Presumably. Let's go back and cast degrees as a float and see if that is answer here. Or not a float, as an integer. Because it's expecting an integer, and for this one, it makes a little bit more sense to keep it as an integer. Let's go back into the... Yeah, the emulator. I just realized that Saturn is misspelled in my description and I should fix that. Oh well. So, up, down, left, right, forward, back. All that's working. Rotate. Oh god. That didn't fix anything. Up. Rotate. Nope. When I rotate, am I doing anything that's because it feels like the camera is resetting to some position when I rotate. Like this, nothing good is happening here. I'm holding down either one of the triggers. I hold down both triggers. Theoretically, they should just cancel each other out. Whoa, okay, if I back up. Back up over here. Okay, rotate. Why is this so weird? So the target, is it changing when I do my camera rotation? That might be it. Because rotate, when I press the trigger, something different is happening. I'm not doing a delta anything. Deltas are 0. So if the deltas are 0 while I'm pressing down just a trigger, then my target is not being properly... Oh wait, the target's fine. Position is not changing, which is good. Let's go back in the code and take a double check. Okay, let's see. When I press the left trigger, the right trigger, camera angle is changing by plus or minus 3 degrees. Let's slow that down. Let's just do it 1 degree. 1 degree, an integer, okay? And just camera angle 1. That's what all the math is being done on the camera angle 1. Camera target is changing. Camera position. So here, if all the deltas are 0, camera position is not being modified. It's staying where it is. Camera angle is being cast down to 360, so that shouldn't be a problem. But let's try to... Well, 1 is the lowest integer I can get without not doing anything. Well, let's make one of them 0 just to see if anything weird happens. Maybe it's just something to do with my code being stupid. Cosine of the camera angle. Camera angle itself should be an integer as defined up here. Yeah, okay. Taking an integer is giving me a cosine value that's going to be anywhere between 1 and -1. Sine is going to be anywhere between 1 and -1. I'm going to add that to position, which is changing really slowly. Why is it only when I rotate the camera when something happens? Maybe the cosine f is also being stupid. But everything was working well before I started playing with the triggers. Okay, something else happening with camera angle. Something outside of, okay, this guy. I'm reasonably certain I don't need to translate the whole 3D space, nor do I need to rotate it. Get rid of these commented outlines. Main camera angle. Initialize to 0, which makes sense. Well, I mean, I can initialize it here to 0 and not have to deal with anything. Alright, it's a float. Actually, that should be 0.0. 0.0. Be proper. Make sure they're floats and it knows it's a float. And this is done, this is done, this is done. Okay. I don't need to do these initializations anymore. Okay. So let's just go crazy with the debugs. Camera position. D. Send D. Send D. And that's gonna be cam pause. Zero, 1, and 2. Remember to make that on line 4. It's gonna be line 5. Okay. 4, 5. Camera target. This may very well answer all my questions. All right. File and run. Oh my goodness, why is that number so big? Okay. So the floats are down. Why are the numbers so big? It seems a bit much to me. I mean, this might explain what's going on here. And nothing is changing when I do forward and back motion, which is definitely wrong. The Z axis should definitely be changing. Why isn't it changing? The left, right, up, down, left, right. These numbers are way too big. Z and C going along the Z direction does not change anything here. And let's just try that rotation thing. So the degrees are being reasonable. The angle should be an unsigned integer. Or no, it can't be because by. Oh, because I should be able to go all the way down to negative 360 and then it'll just... I mean, this isn't a problem really. I can... Well, I disabled the right trigger by placing it at 0. Let's go back and fix this. Let's change everything back into integers and see if we can't fix something manually. Okay. Right trigger is 1 again. Everything should be integers. And changing them made things act super weird. So those numbers are totally wrong. I don't like how wrong they were. C and Z, which changed delta 2, did not seem to change anything. Going forward and back, that should have changed this at the very minimum. I'm gonna have to cast this whole thing as an int again. This is probably gonna end up breaking stuff. You know what? I'm going to give up and use his whacked out crazy base units of 32,768. Okay, let's do it that way. Let's go back over to here. So this is 1 unit. 3,000 blah 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 blah. Yeah, everything's gonna be units 3,000 to 32,000, whatever. It's driving me insane. And then all these coughs are just gonna be costs. Simps are gonna be sign. Sign F. Sign, okay, so now they're going back to behaving like they were before. Getting crazy freaking numbers. And so my base unit is now 32,000 blah 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 blah. That's just how it is now. So that means the blocks need to be 500 times that away, and of size. What's my? How are these? Crate cube. Where's crate cube? Okay. Cubes allowed. Draw the object. There we go. Matrix. Where do I actually define where these guys come from? Under templates? Oh, there we go. Yeah, when I put them in. 3D texture, metal crate. Crate cube. Is there no size argument here? Huh. JO3D crate cube. Let's find that in the documentation. JO3D create cube. Okay. So once the cubes are created by initialized geometry, it shows up where? Where do you show up? A cube? No. Initial. Okay, initialize geometry. Okay, that loads up the cube. I create a cube. Let's our base unit's correct here. It's angles don't change. Base units have to change. Okay. Create cube. Okay. And then when I draw the objects, draw array, quads. Okay, so it's already drawing quads, which means the quads that I've defined here, huh. What's draw array do for me? Okay, what's JO3D draw array here, okay. JO3D draw array. That's the size of the array. Okay, so that's just 6 elements, 6 quads. When I load in the cube here, how do I change its size? Go here to draw it, actually. Translate, rotate, draw array. Draw the quads. Quads. Let's set what? Here? You know what? I'm not sure that there is a way. Well, I mean, Okay, this is gonna be awkward, because now I'm trying to do everything in base units of this weird number that the engine is throwing at me. And I'm trying to jury-rig it so that the cubes, which are, as far as I can tell, just like size 1 or something. Vertices. Vertices as defined here. Cube 3D vertices. Huh. Well, I know if I run the program as it is now, it's just gonna freak out on me. Because it's just what it's gonna do. But I don't think I have any better way of figuring out what's going on. I could... Huh. I have an idea. So everything's normalized, that number will divide by that number afterwards. That way we don't have to change anything really. Okay, so this gives a nice fluidity to cosine and sine, which are returning these massive numbers. I'll just divide after them. Divide out after them. Happens. And actually, now that I think about it, because these guys are already huge and I'm dividing out anyway, making the deltas that big is not helping anyone. So that should just be 1. All these guys should be 1. Should be 1. This should be 1. Should be 1. Should be the only thing that needs to be this ridiculous number is anything involving sine and cosine. I can divide out after the fact. So this doesn't need to be here. That needs to stay. This needs to be here to deal with this, and then it gets divided out later. So that should work. Hopefully. Let's try it. Camera target 1. Camera position 0. It's comforting. The box position's less so, but we'll deal with that later. Up is negative, down is positive. I can live with that. Left, right, up, down, rot. Why? I probably should in. Why are they going up by such large numbers? Something? Also, from what I oh, the boxes. The boxes are too far away. I remember what I did. Boxes. I was overzealous with this correcting factor, and now that I don't need it anymore, these guys are too far away. And they're probably a bit too close. So let's do 200. 200. And delta that we can move by 5. That is fine. L and R, speed that up a little bit. Ooh, angle 3. No, let's do angle 1 because it's still acting up. Just bug test it. You know what? The camera position, we can let this number be huge and see if that helps. Maybe. Probably won't help. It'll probably break things again, but let's try it out anyway. So the camera target's always going to be super far away, but that's fine. Probably. Okay. Camera target super far away, but I can still see things, which is a good sign. If I rotate... Oh, this is working. This is working... Well, what was that? Why does 180 give me that? Is it because I can see behind me? Is that the problem? Okay. Well, that needs to be fixed somehow, but... This... is mostly working. I don't like this flipping in and out of existence thing, but you know, I'll live with it. That shouldn't be happening. I'm 180 degrees. Am I rotating more than that? No, that doesn't make sense, because this is 180, and then 180 somehow I'm able to see this. Quite right. Okay, over here. Okay. Now let's approach. Back off. Up, down, left, right. Set position. I'm pretty happy with where I'm at right now. Okay. Rotate. This. What is going on here? Why is it when I'm at exactly 180 degrees rotation, weird stuff is happening? Camera target. Why is the camera target suddenly... Camera target should be... Okay. What is that? Oh, you know what I need to do? This printf stuff is not blanking. I need to blank the screen somehow. Which is weird because the polygons are blanking, but the text... I need to blank the printf text. How do I do that? Oh, I need to, okay. Let's see what... I need to make sure that it's a certain distance. So let's, first off... figure out how many units wide the screen is, and then I'll pretty it up a little bit. So let's 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0, and I'll just be able to count. Hopefully there's no overflow. Oh. Okay, saved. Okay, I definitely broke something here, and there is overflow, but now I can count exactly how many characters I got. I got 10, 20, 30, 40 characters. 30 characters wide exactly. I just have to plan everything out. The T. So, let's blank this line out. Okay, test game has how many characters in it? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so 11... 40 minus 11, because I'm not about to try and do math right now. Divide that by 2. So we'll do 14 on the left, 15 on the right. That seems fair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 15. Okay. There has to be a better way of doing this. Let me go over to where the printf function is. Jo print def. Okay. Enumerators function. Jo clear screen. Okay, that's probably what I should be doing to begin with. Instead of counting freaking characters. Wait, I don't need to keep void in there. What am I doing? This looks like a recipe for disaster. I'm clearing the screen before or after I draw objects when I probably should be clearing the screen before. Let's clear the screen before. Clear screen. Go. There is missing text. There is a lot of missing text, and it's not showing up. Well, something is on the top of the screen, and that's definitely weird. How did I screw that up? Something changed. Okay, let's, it has to be like a semicolon or something. It's weird how that would break. The way it broke does not make sense. Let me see. Open, close parentheses. Okay, line 3, line 4, line 5. These guys are not showing up. Why aren't they showing up? Printf. Screen. Okay. So clear screen is making it so these guys don't show up, but these guys can. Don't make no sense. At very minimum, like, these two guys should not have a problem because they do the same thing these guys are, just different. Is clear screen not working the way it should? Try to not use it by adding some white space at the end of Jo printf. There. Oh, I was doing the right thing to begin with. Great. Okay. So apparently clearing the screen is not the right way of clearing the screen. The right way to clear the screen is to add white space. Okay, so let's count. This could be 4 digits. Let's leave room for 4. It's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Ugh. You know, actually this white space isn't really necessary because I'm doing exact numbers available and positions. How big are these numbers going to be? Let's figure that out. Okay, let's see how much room I actually have. Let's get rid of the extra white space. Okay. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Got 40 minus 18 divided by 3. I can get 7 digits each on these guys, so let's go ahead and do that. Digits. And 1 piece of white space. Okay, these guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So 40 minus 16. 7 times 3 is going to be 21. I need 3 pieces of white space on the end. Actually, let's make the white spaces in leading. Everything lines up. Polygons. 7. So everything's gonna be 7-digit number. Let's see if that helped any. Okay, so we got the camera target, 7-digit number, everything is where it should be. Okay. There we go. Huh. Camera target looks like it's behaving as it should. Just that something weird is happening where I'm seeing the stuff right behind me. Probably shouldn't. You know, I think this is going to have to be a problem for another day. I think I'm going to end the stream here. And what I suspect is happening is I need to customize like the culling distance where I'm not displaying certain things and choosing to display others. So I need to go back into the documentation of the different camera stuff and actually deeply read what's going on, and also maybe take a look at another look at XL2 if I remember his name right, and his code to see how he's playing with the camera. Obviously I couldn't get his code to run this time around, but maybe I'll try to do it again next time. It should run. I've seen videos of it running, and I think I've actually filed and run it before. It just didn't work out this specific time. But aside from this little weird bug, what we've accomplished today is that I got input running. It's controlling the camera. I can go up, down, left, right. If I rotate left, well, see, is that okay? Maybe it's not working exactly though. Okay, if I rotate. There we go. Left. Where are these guys? Where's my field? If I go 45. Left. Oh, I'm still not doing it the way I want. At least I don't think I am. If I go forward. If I go forward, it looks the same as if I press right. Maybe we can... That's right. I think something's wrong with it. Let's fix that angle statement before I close up for the day. Okay. What is going on? Oh, no. I didn't tell you to run again. Stop. So... Angle. I'm at a right angle. What's going on with camera position? I had a delta to left by pressing left. That means delta 0 has -5. Camera angle 0. This changes as it should. This one doesn't. Okay. Camera angle 90. This one changes as it should. This one doesn't. It's weird. I don't know if I should be dividing that out, but I don't think that's the problem right here. The problem is the behavior I'm seeing from C and Z, where I change delta 2, looks identical to the behavior I see when I press left and right, when it really shouldn't be. Maybe one of these needs to be negative. Let me try making this negative. Which looks very familiar. This looks like the first thing I tried when I tried to translate the rotation matrix. It didn't work out. And see if that did it. Just compile, come on. Oh, I can skip it by pressing start. Got that. Okay, if I press left, that happens. So I press right, that happens. That makes sense. Up, down, forward, back. That makes sense. Rotate 90 degrees. Add it too. A little bit. Little touchy. Just touch, 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 touch. There we go. I press left. That... I should be going positive. Maybe I need to flip that relationship around. Also, why don't I see any squares? Oh, I see that guy. I go to 500, but minus 500, I should see the other guys. And I don't. Is it because they're comically far away? Is that my problem here? The camera is being stupid because of that? How far away are you guys? Oh, they're just 500 away, like I expected. Okay, I need to flip the sign on this guy. So, I go left. Huh. Oh, there's some weird integer behavior. I'm 95 degrees, so I'm slightly skewed, but I'm not... You know what I need to do? I need to take a float as my actual position, cast it down to an int, but keep track of the float, and that way it'll be a little bit more analog in nature. I mean, this isn't so bad. The 95 degrees, it's still... Let's see, there we go. And at 114, so like plus 20 some degrees, I start actually seeing kind of behavior I'm expecting. But let me see. Whoa, okay, that's not what I expected. Oh, you know what I need to do? I changed the wrong sign. 90, 90. There we go. If I do this. Forward, back. That makes sense. That makes sense. Left, right. This does make sense. Left, right, forward, back. So then why is it not... Oh, okay. Wait. Forward. Okay, up. Down. Rotate. You rotate negative 90. Approach this guy. Camera's playing tricks on me. There we go. Press left. You go right. Right, left. Why is that? Sine of minus 90 degrees should be minus 1. So if I have press right, I'm going left. If I press, well, more properly, I'm going along the minus Z direction if I press right. So if I press right, I have delta 0 of 5, and then delta 0 of 5. Cosine of minus 90 should be 0. So, So camera position 0 should not be changing, which is true. Camera position 2 is changing so that when I press right, Delta 0 is 5. Delta 0 times sine of minus 90 should be minus 1, so I press right. Go negative. Okay. Then I do this. Let me go through here, rotate, and go full plus 90. 90. There we go. Up. Go. Forward and back work. Right works. Left doesn't. So maybe. Okay. You know what? XL2 had the right idea. My modulo idea is not working because negative degrees doesn't seem to want to agree with me. If I were to do 270. Why does that work? Why can I see it at both 90 and 270 at the same position? That's not right. Okay, go right, go left, I go right, right. So if I press right, I go left. I press left, I go right, and that's 270. And if I 90, I can't tell if this is the real one, if this is a ghost or not. Looks real. Press right, I go right. Press left, I go left. And if I flip some signs around, that's not going to help me at all. 90 and 270 have opposite behavior. Maybe I need to clip at 180. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. Instead of doing this modulo crap, which is not working because I'm expecting it to work in a different way than it is. Let's just deal with the first camera. The only camera angle we are actually doing anything with is camera angle 1, so let's just deal with that as it is. If camera angle 1 greater than 180, do I need to bound it in minus plus 180? Yeah, that's fine. Then we do camera angle 1 minus equal 360. Okay. And elif, else if. Camera angle. Oh, okay. It's less than or equal to minus 180. We just add 360 to it. And maybe we should put in some semicolons for good measure. And run. And after this, if this works, then let's pack it in, and then we'll try to figure out why the camera is behaving as it does in another day. Back up. Okay, that's not doing what I expected it to. Oh, probably because the angle's too skew. Now let's just back up, back up, back up. Let's go 100. Rotate minus 90. 90. 90, 90, 90, 90. Back up. Or maybe that's the wrong direction. Okay. So Z pushes me back, C pushes me forward at minus 90. I rotate the camera to plus 90. I get to see the same thing again. And it acts like it's real. And then Z and C do what they're supposed to, left and right do what they're supposed to at plus 90. And then at minus 90, okay, at 90, I get to see it. Exactly. 90, that's a ghost. Okay. Minus 90. That's the real thing. Forward takes me back, back takes me forward. Okay, we gotta flip those. And left takes me right, right takes me left. We gotta flip those. But if I go to the other side, rotate that to plus 90. Okay. It's a ghost. So I can see it at minus 90, and I go through it, past it, get a negative position, rotate again, plus 90. It disappears. Disappears, and this is confusing. Okay. Z moves me back, Z moves me forward, right is left, left is right. Go to minus 90. Right is left, left is right, forward, back, back is forward. Okay, so everything's backwards consistently for the real objects. And the ghost objects, I cannot figure out what's going on tonight. So, let's flip everything. Do that minus is a plus. That, oh, sorry. Let me show you what I'm doing in the code. So I'm flipping the signs here. These are the culprits when we're at 90 degrees. That should change what's going on. Let's go back into Mendefend and try to recreate the same little experiment. Right around, look behind me. There's that thing. At 90 degrees. Good. That is not. C, go push Z, push back. It should be the reverse. Right, right, push me left. That should be the reverse. 90 degrees. I changed the sign. It should have worked. What's going on? Rotate to minus 90 degrees. Oh wait, was that a ghost? Huh. Forward, back, left, right. Okay, that's fine. Then 90 degrees. These ghosts are throwing me off. Okay, there we go. I know that's not real. I have to back up, and then I see the real one. Left, right, up, down, forward, back. Good. Okay, all the buttons are doing exactly as they should. I can't explain the ghosts. Those guys that pop in out of nowhere, and then these guys that pop in out of nowhere. Oh, those guys are real. That's real. Minus 90. This freaking ghost. Probably. Yep, that one's real. So I can't even recreate them reliably. It's just, there's some ghosts. There's ghosts. I'm haunted. The Saturn is haunted. The Saturn emulator is haunted. I'm going to try one last thing to try and fix that behavior before I go off to sleep, and that is... Oh, this is definitely not going to work. Maybe it might. Okay, let's try it. So I undid this earlier because I thought it was no longer necessary, but it might be still necessary. Where I set the camera target immediately in front, but I am multiplying this through so I can get the flexibility of large numbers. Because otherwise, if I divide out immediately, either sign is going to go to 1 or 0, which means my camera can only take right turns. Which is not helpful or useful. But in this way, sign can subtly influence the camera target a little bit more. Not by, I mean, it's not going to do that much more. Let's multiply by 10. At least give like Yeah, 10's fine. Multiply by 10. It's not going to be super outrageous. 100 actually. 100 is probably just as good. That way we give sine and cosine the power of rotating the camera, at least somewhat. Hopefully that got rid of the ghosts. I don't know. I don't know if... Okay, let's see. Guy behind me. No ghosts! No ghosts. That is encouraging. So, we've successfully busted the ghosts. I'm moving around in my 3D environment with the camera without experiencing any paranormal phenomenon. Here we go. Move back. Left, right, or up, down, left, right. Controls are doing what I expect them to. Rotate. Controls are still doing what I expect them to. Rotate. Back up, back up. Yep, still doing. Back up. Back up. Right. Rotate. Move right again. Yeah, everything is working beautifully. Okay, everything's doing what they're supposed to do. A small miracle. To validate my existence for the past 4.5 hours. Well, okay, we've accomplished what we set out to do. We got input working using all but, you know, A, B, X, Y, but, you know, what are we gonna do anyway? Shoot a thing? Maybe we'll shoot a thing next time. I don't know. I don't know what the goal should be next time. Maybe like destructible things. Make an object appear or disappear, spawn or destroy. A little bullet appear, shoot out forward and kill a thing. Let's kill boxes with other boxes. I don't know. But I'm packing it in for today. So we got movement, we got input, we got camera control. Just floating around in space for now, but this is... I can't complain. Great. Alright, I'll see you guys next time. Not sure when next time will be. Let's same for next Sunday. Or probably not that. I don't know. I'll if you follow me and you put your little subscriptions or whatever, well, if you're on YouTube, you're not gonna be able to get. If you follow me on Twitch, and I'm gonna try and put out a little warning before I go live so that you guys can tune in if you want. And if not, just, you know, log into YouTube every once in a while and see the recordings. And I will eventually read the comments on YouTube. Well, good night, everyone.